7 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the kickoff hour, and we've got another day ready to go. One of the things that happen off air here. I am Speedy. Welcome to the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba. Join us in 1 hour from now. Eddie Van Adler, he's here. To my right, it's Greg Burgess. It's Michael Helms. Good time, gang, back together in full capacity today, and we got a great show on tap. We know the Wheel of Meat will spin, I think, right? Y'all haven't spun it.
We have not.
Okay,
no.
so we know that.
Yeah, we have. No.
So that's on the table today. We also know we'll sound the alarm and do our part in trying to warn you on what game Beth Mowins has this weekend. But welcome in to everybody. Greg Burgess, Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey, man. Glad you're back, buddy.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm glad to be back. And thank y'all. You know, there's no problem with y'all handling it, but anytime one person's missing, it's just more on everybody else. So thank y'all for understanding.
No.
And we're back together again.
Not
How
a
about
biggie.
that? We have a podcast that it's in the books and ready to go, and it will publish Saturday morning. The Kendrick brothers were with us yesterday.
That was good. I listened a little bit of it yesterday, in and out, doing some things around here as they were completing it. It's really good.
You know, today marks the 10th anniversary of Courageous Legacy, one of their movies that was out, and they've got the 10-year anniversary edition that's hitting theaters today, and it's remastered of the movie celebrating the 10 years. It's an updated version of the film. It's got new scenes, an enhanced look and sound, and that's hitting theaters today. CourageousTheMovie.com is where to go if you want to know more. Of course, then, you know, Show Me the Father movie. It came out earlier in the month. So they've got a lot going on, so I know it was a good podcast. Can't wait to hear it myself, but or watch it if you go to our YouTube channel, Rick and Bubba University. So how are y'all?
Good.
Y'all good?
I'm good.
Yeah, we're here.
I've been holding something from y'all, and so this happened yesterday.
Okay.
And I think I can tell it. I really hope somebody can explain. So went to Opelika last night, and
that go well?
It did. It went very well. Appreciate them trusting me with that, and it was just an honor to speak to the men of First Baptist Church Opelika. It makes for a long day, and you got it. You know, I think I was back last night at 10:45, 10:30, something like that. Anyway, so on my way, Greg, don't miss any bit of what I'm about to say. And I don't know where I was at. I was somewhere between Alex City and Opelika, okay? And I needed to use the restroom, so I stopped at a gas station and didn't need gas, so I went in. When I walked, I was on the phone with Amanda for a few minutes. She couldn't get the car to start at home.
Oh, no.
Okay? So as I'm on the phone with her, I look up, and there's a rooster walking next to the door, like the door you enter the gas station, the convenience store. A rooster.
Maybe
A rooster.
Yes, a rooster.
Okay.
And I noticed one or two people walk out, and the rooster tried to go in the store.
Huh.
And I thought, I'm going to let that rooster in the store.
Well, sure.
Oh,
First
my
thing I
gosh.
would've done.
So I went in.
You obviously needed it.
So I went in, and I used the restroom.
You bought a pack of cigarettes.
Did not.
The rooster did.
Yeah.
Went in the the convenience store, went in the restroom, and when I came out, I didn't see any, like, workers, like, looking at me or anything. I may have held the door open a little longer than I needed to, and the rooster walked in the store.
You leave it with
No.
And I got in the car and left.
It strutted in?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Did you want to be the rooster for a little bit?
I
no
wanted
way.
to know. I wanted a camera to see what was going on, but I
don't know if they got
felt
him
like
back out.
I felt like I needed to leave the area.
How long
what if
before they noticed I
What
went
if you
Great
created
question,
a major
Greg.
handle?
Probably so. Probably did.
Huh?
Not proud of it, but I felt like I can't let this is my only opportunity to let a rooster in an area that's probably not.
What if
and-
they're listening in that
Well, that's
store
what
right
I'm-
now?
I'm
They're
kinda-
cleaning up all the mess.
Well, he was
kind of
safer
hoping they
in there.
are.
And like, the
felt-
guys figured out what happened.
I didn't know if he was supposed to be, if he's some kind of mascot
Somebody's
at the
looking
convenience
for him,
store.
probably.
He was awful friendly. I don't get around roosters much, but he seemed very friendly.
Were you concerned slightly
He didn't
when he
flog you?
got close to
I
you? when you
was.
let him
Well,
in?
but see, I was on the phone. Like, I'm on the phone with Amanda. I've got my Raycons in, and I'm parked. I never, if I'm not going to get gas, I don't pull in a gas spot because I don't want to take up a gas spot. So I found a spot over to the side, and I was just like, in front of me was the door.
Okay.
Like, if I'm parked here, I can't. I'm like, if people open the door, now I'm seeing the door, and that's when I noticed the rooster, and I'm like, what? That's a rooster. What's a rooster doing here?
What's a rooster?
That's not something you see very often.
And so that's when I noticed a person came out and the rooster tried to go in, and the person was kind of like startled and quickly shut the door or whatever. Well, then a gentleman walked in the convenience store, and I noticed the same thing. Like the rooster was he was like trying to get a shot to go in.
Yeah.
And I just
Maybe it had to use the bathroom.
Could not help myself. I just
I'd let him
when I came out, he just wandered right in behind me as I was leaving.
Like I said, I want to know, he got off in the store. How long before they even knew?
That's it, because probably
they may not know yet.
Well, and that's the there was a lady sitting behind the counter, but she couldn't really see over the counter.
Okay,
and so so. Well, I'm sorry.
So there's
bring
a
up
rooster. You had a rooster strut up in a store, and you left it, and you don't know. It could have been.
Just got in my car, kind of laughed and left.
Yeah,
like, I can't.
The rooster could have a name. They might know it so well that like, hey, Harry's back in here, you know. Or it could be it was an extremely big handle, and it created a big mess.
Could have been.
Wow.
I didn't want to get too close to him. He kind of got in my area, so I just let him in.
Let me ask you this: you brought this up during the story. Like you said, you pull up to the store if you're When you do get gas and you want to go in the store, do you leave your car there or do you pull it up?
I leave it there.
Just depends on me. If I look like it's real crowded and I'm like, I'm gonna open up space for somebody else.
You know,
you know what I
Bucky's
normally do?
Part of the deal is you leave your car parked at the gas.
I
pump.
normally leave I just pump the gas, get the gas going, and go in.
But sometimes I don't. Most of the time, sometimes I'll actually pull up into a spot to open up the pump if it's crowded.
Look at you, citizen.
Well, look at you. Yeah.
If it's crowded.
Well, do you have your Thompson jersey on when you do that?
No, normally not.
Yeah.
So I apologize.
I was gonna say, that's a nice warrior. Somebody might say that.
I apologize ahead of time.
I doubt that, but yeah.
If a rooster just happened to go in, because I couldn't.
Yeah,
there's no way that he was going in. I would have had to touch it, move it, kick it, and I didn't want to hurt the rooster.
Well, here's what I would hope happened. I hope that the clerk was in there about half asleep, didn't know, and all of a sudden that rooster said, and gave a
could have
scared him. That's what I hope happened.
It seemed very friendly.
You're talking about startle.
Let's see if I can get that, and let's see how fast I am. Hold on, let's see here.
Seemed very friendly, and it almost seemed like it was a mascot to the store.
Okay, that makes you feel. That makes you feel.
I don't know
better.
if anybody would have a rooster mascot.
That makes you feel better. I get it.
Store.
Now, I probably never is supposed to go in there.
Was it the Gamecock Quick Mart?
There you go.
They might have been.
Could have been.
Was it Foghorn Leghorn?
Could have been. I say, I'll hold that door for me.
So that happened.
I wished it would have flogged you on its way by. You ever been flogged by one?
I didn't want to
attack you.
Yeah, I didn't want to get near it, Greg.
No, I thought it might.
Hey, we are.
I'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank all of you for being with us. We even have some folks outside the window today watching. Hey, how are y'all? Oh, we got tubers out there. Look at us. We got tubers out there. We don't deserve y'all. Thank you so much. So you never know. Right outside the window here, we look like fish in an aquarium, but you can come by and see us. Don't feed us, though. Oh, no, we're getting food. Somebody is feeding us. Did somebody give you socks, Greg?
Is John Cooper out there?
That's what it is.
Is that Coop? I can't see. There's a glare on the window, so I can't.
Yeah, it is hard to see.
I can't see exactly who's out there yet till the.
They said these are them diabetic socks.
Okay.
Like Coop wears.
All right.
So Coop's not actually out there.
No,
those are just
these
the
are in
socks.
honor of Coop.
Okay.
Greg, I'd like to see you put them on the next commercial.
I am outside my pants.
I love it. Let's do it.
Thank y'all for that.
Let's do it.
I'll be as stylish as Big Coop.
Yeah.
He's known for his style.
So last night I didn't get to see any of it. You know, this thing, I don't know why, but Uverse is what we have. They don't. I don't know why, but I guess them and the NFL Network they
mad.
I guess they hate each other. But for a couple of years now, I hadn't had the NFL Network, and I probably wouldn't. But every now and then there might be some teams I care about. Now last night it was the Panthers and the Texans, which I wouldn't have cared about.
Texans is one of them teams I can't watch.
Yeah, but I think the story is that the Carolina Panthers are 3-0. And everybody's like, wow, so y'all are 3-0.
And the Jets got rid of Sam Darnold, and all of a sudden he's winning to Carolina.
Yeah.
And I don't know who they've played. It may that they've played 3 duds.
And
I don't know,
their rookie,
but
which is understandable, seems to be struggling.
Yeah.
The Jets have the guy that looks like he's a kid.
Yeah.
So, but again, boy, they'll give up on a quarterback in a hurry in the NFL now.
Yeah, they will.
I mean,
They
Sam
will.
Darnold, what, 3 years ago? 4, maybe max.
You better produce quickly.
to your point, and I got a couple of emails because your TV provider and how I stream are the same company, and they were wanting to know, hey, how do I watch the game? And
very frustrating.
Yeah, and normally they give you an option on Amazon Prime to watch it,
and they haven't been.
And I think that starts like 1st of October.
Well, it needs to
and
come
so, but yeah, the only way you had an option to watch the game last night was the NFL Network,
right?
Period.
Yeah, and I didn't, and like you're saying,
I wouldn't have probably watched it anyway, just because of the two teams and not interested in it. Plus, I was in Opelika, but
out of 17 Thursdays or what, I might catch one or two, but I like the option if I want it.
Yeah, that's me.
That might be nice, but
when did we stop having a legitimate college game on Thursday night? I mean, for instance, we had a college game last night, but it was App State and Marshall, and I got nothing against those teams. But unless you went there, or it's nobody's
you
really
just
interested.
like watching it.
It used to be we'd get an SEC matchup every once in a while. We'd get an big ACC matchup. I don't know why that's gone to the wayside. I've missed it.
Yeah, I don't know. But I will tell you this: the Ryder Cup starts today.
It does.
Oh, what? Are you serious? What time?
And this is as close, Greg, for you to be a fan of golf, because the Ryder Cup is back in America this year. The U.S. is hosting, and they're going to. It's the fans in the gallery are about as loud as you'll ever get them, and they're. You know what I'm saying? They're talking trash between each other.
Yeah.
The European team is here. So it was today and starts today, I should say. I think it's foursomes and four ball and all that starts today.
Oh,
and
shop.
The story though is that yesterday I'm flipping through. All right, busy day, and we'll recap all that with me. But it was a little busy, so I hadn't had time to sit down and watch any TV at all. I was able to catch the opening ceremonies. And I had a little bit of secondhand because they were trying to do the ceremony in a big open crowd, and some people weren't paying attention, and the PA was feeding back a little bit. But it's at Whistling Straits in Wisconsin is where it is. And the wind is howling up there. I mean, they got like
coming off that Great Lake.
Yeah, it's right there on the Great Lake, and so I mean, you got like water just outside the course. But the story is they had a celebrity round yesterday, and I guess one of the actors that played in
Is it Harry Potter?
Harry Potter movie passed out
Yeah,
Have
I
you
saw
ever
that.
watched Harry Potter?
Never.
I haven't either.
Not one
There's
time.
been times where I wanted to give it a little bit, and I just don't.
Yeah.
I've
Not
never
once.
gone there.
I mean, I'm not saying right, wrong, whatever. I just am not
Yeah.
interested.
I don't
Right,
either.
right. I'll give you that. I mean, now Hobie has watched all of them, and then
I've heard it's good if you're
Yeah.
into that kind of thing. I just had never
Yeah,
I
went
hadn't
that
either.
route.
whatever.
I hadn't
To
either.
each his own.
Is it Tom Felton, British actor?
I don't know who that is.
Anyway, he was
He's
in,
a Brit, eh?
He was in Harry Potter. He's been hospitalized in Wisconsin
What's wrong
after
with
collapsing at the Ryder Cup golf tournament. Didn't know this, but prior to the tournament, they have some celebrity rounds, and he was representing Europe, and he was on the European celebrity team. But anyway, he collapsed, and the photos that are posted are him and what looks to be the EMS workers and the people that are there for the golf tournament to make sure everybody's okay. He's laid flat, and they're hauling him off. And I don't know what really happened to him.
He got a little hot.
Maybe it was some blood sugar low. I have no idea, but he
Had
went
him
down.
a few too many.
He went down.
Could have been
But that gummit, you can't. I mean, think about it. He went down on the 18th hole too. While playing in the celebrity match, according to the Associated
finish it
Press.
out.
Is this Glory's last stance?
No, Greg, this
Greg.
is not a major. This is
Oh.
not one of the 4 majors. This is a team event.
Yeah, but it's funny because the conditions are such that if
And
you
I
did-
know you know that, and you're just ribbing at it.
yeah. If you didn't know where it is in Wisconsin, you would think they're playing over in Scotland or something like that. I mean, that's how windy and the conditions
They've had
are
a
terrible.
Yeah, it's a links type golf
Yeah.
course.
It's
They've,
so windy that one guy passed out. Got him.
so it sounds like you're going to give this a little bit this weekend.
I am. I mean,
I'm into it.
Well, I mean, I'm
Took
gonna.
the NFL channel from you. You might as well watch
I'm a
New
look-
White Spot.
I'm gonna look over at it. Yeah, I am.
I'm gonna check it out.
Here we go. Is the kitchen and bath company? Is it Kohler? Is it
Yeah.
Kohler?
Yeah.
Well, the Kohlers are who owns Whistling Straight.
Now, where'd you get all this?
See,
And-
here's the thing. Let me tell you about Speedy.
and-
Right,
What's he- wait a
Speedy
minute.
right now.
Not only is he into this,
Well,
whatever it is.
No, listen. He
I'm
is
just saying,
he's
he
got
is
history where
really
they're
into
playing.
golf right now.
They're hosting it. They're the ones
And-
putting it together, and they don't spare no expense.
I bet the bathroom's immaculate.
The dad bod golf pod. I tried to tell them, and by the way, one of them was in Opelika last
Yeah.
night. That was
All right.
great to meet and
Yeah,
hang
he
out
reached
with
out
them.
to me.
I got to know. Did he have
Oh.
a dad bod?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really.
You hear me? That because of my golf knowledge, they have reached out to
Yeah.
me. They want me.
But
Share it.
I told them Speedy right now really is the golf guy that they should be talking
Well,
to.
Yeah, he don't have the NFL
I blame my
channel.
oldest.
He's
son
got.
for
Well, that's
that.
what I was going to say. Your son, who is now in the real world, working man, is really into golf, and that gives y'all something. You used to be into golf, so you've
Yeah.
rejuvenated that love for the sport.
Yeah.
And hey, he's all fired up
Yeah.
about it.
Tyler's not happy with me. He wanted to play golf Saturday, and
So,
I
but
think it's work day down at the Lenore's. So
Oh.
I think I had to.
You got college
had to pass
football,
on.
you got the Ryder Cup, and you got the Laver Cup, Greg. The
Yeah.
tennis Laver Cup is out there,
There's
too.
a lot of cups out there this weekend.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Hello, it's Speedy. Back and excited to be here. Good Time Gang is all together, and we thank all of you for hanging out with us for another day. Eddie Van Adler, he's here, as always. We thank him so much. We got Greg Burgess to my right, old Helmsy to my right. We got some tubers outside that has brought Greg some socks that old Coop wears. Not his socks, but the kind of socks.
What if they were dirty old socks that Coop had on yesterday?
And it looks like you've been off in some food, too. What'd they bring?
It's
Was that a
casserole. It's got like gravy biscuits. And
Oh, they know how to get right to us. And
From a
with,
distance, I thought we had a
food.
thing of lasagna in there for a minute.
Food and socks.
I
That's
only
how
saw
you
it
get
from
to
a
it.
distance, though.
From a distance.
So I appreciate you guys. I won't go into like major detail, but thank y'all for the last couple of days on just covering. I mean, very capable, but when one man's not here, then others have to jump in and take care of the daily responsibility. And so I thank both of you for that, and Adler as well. And I know the guys understood. My dad was extremely appreciative. If he told me once, he told me 20 times, hey, tell the guys thank you. Thank you for letting you just be off and help me. And so
Well, you're welcome, Mr. Wilburn.
yeah, he's such a rock star. But
Yeah, he is.
He is he's doing well, and I've gotten a lot of emails, people reaching out. You know, they could just tell something was going on, even though y'all didn't go into detail. They just knew, hey, you're not here. They say you're with your parents. I hope everything's okay.
Do you know? Do you know what email?
You know.
I got 2 of these yesterday. Okay.
Yeah.
Because we just said you were off.
Sure.
We didn't tell why, because one, we didn't know how much you wanted us to give and all that.
Yeah.
And we didn't, and let's be honest, we didn't know the shape of his health at this point. We didn't know how serious it was.
Right.
But I actually got 2 emails yesterday. People thought that something bad was going on with you coming off of your colonoscopy last week.
Really?
So they tied that together. They thought, something's going on with Speedy.
Well, you know, now that you have to tell everybody if you've had the vaccine or not, medical records, I guess they can be easily discussed amongst each other. They're not private anymore. But no, I'm kidding. I was up in Huntsville. That's where my parents live. Shout out to the river. Y'all do a great job.
Hey, the river.
Great job running the
the
show.
river.
Great job. You know, Huntsville, for those of you that do not know, North Alabama, it is growing like they ain't no tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, they're adding stuff. It's catching up with everybody, and soon will probably be the largest city in the state. It's really growing. Past the rocket there the other day, and I wanted to take a picture of it for Bubba, but I thought going down the interstate and taking a picture might not work.
Sure.
So I didn't, and plus he's been there before. Redstone Arsenal. All of y'all coming in and out, you know, between Madison and Huntsville, traffic picks up. But I left out early Thursday morning, got to listen to the kickoff hour. Y'all really entertained me. I really felt what it was like to be a listener. I was like, I'm all in.
Were you digging it?
Yeah, I'm
Were we
all
pulling
in.
it off?
I enjoyed it. But let me tell you
Make
something.
that up.
Hey, no, I mean I did. I listened. I listened to y'all before I knew it. I was north of Coleman. Y'all got me going. Because I came from Birmingham up to Huntsville. I saw 2 wrecks Thursday morning. Came up on one where you slow down to about 5-10 miles an hour, even though it was on the opposite side of the interstate. You know, now they put those little rails up, those little guard rails, but they're not concrete. They're the railing or the
Metal?
yeah, you know, you've seen them. They're in the middle of the interstate. Some interstates have them. They're in the median there to keep a car from crossing the lane and getting into oncoming traffic. But it's just the rail system that they have.
Barrier, yeah.
And I guess a car had gotten a little loose, and you could still see the smoke, still smell the rubber from people trying to stop. You had looked like a truck driver on my side that had pulled over and had ran across because he probably saw what was going on when it happened. First responders were already there, but man, it looked bad. I'm talking about it looked really bad, and it just makes you kind of go, wow, you know, somebody's day has changed dramatically.
Yeah.
And then about 20 miles later, I'd see another one, and so there's a lot out there. You know, every time you crest an interstate and go over the hill, you hope you don't see brake lights because your day changes when that
I
happens.
avoided one the other day. I just happened to see, and I real quick got off the exit, and the road that I got on runs, and it was backed up forever.
But then you
I'd have
realize,
been so mad.
Then you realize, well, what about the people that are actually in the wreck? Their days really changed.
Well, I didn't know if this was a wreck.
But anyway,
but
I did yesterday morning, the day before yesterday. I was like, wow, that's unbelievable. But I got through it because I had to get to him. Yeah. He had an 8 a.m. appointment, and it's kind of strange because my dad, even though he can't see, he's always on He's sending out his tweets. He's always calling.
Energetic guy.
Oh, you kidding me? He gets out in the garage. They got. Y'all would love this, okay? If we were going to go try to do better, we could go to their garage. They've got about 3 pieces of equipment. Now it's from the '80s, all right?
Okay,
but
it's classic.
I mean, man, we're going to row. We're going to walk on treadmills.
Love the rower.
We got this little stretchy thing that pulls you, and you got to stretch, and it's like the handlebar sends you one way, and the seat sends you another, and you're stretching and. We got this little stationary bike. Boy, we're getting out there. Now we're going to squeak, and it's a little rusty. But hey, we're going to get out. We're going to we're going to do a little bit better. His gym is his garage, and he and my mom get out there. They got their little routine. They get out there, and they just get to exercising. And I noticed that he hadn't been bringing that up, and his voice didn't sound as strong as normal. What is it about the age of our parents, which Dad's 81 now? That they just won't tell you how they feel. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's that they hide it from you or that they're just so tough that they just try to deal with it. But it gets to a point where they go, hey, just heads up, and that happened last week. Not feeling great, called the doctor, had a video conference with him, and they want me to do some blood work and get my chest x-rayed and all this kind of stuff. Well, without going into great detail, the blood work came back, and they didn't like the numbers on where his. Yeah. By the way, you have a gnat on your forehead.
I know it. I'm about to swarm over here.
He's getting frustrated.
Yeah. So
I think Coop's socks are drawing him in.
I think it is.
Yeah. So yesterday it consisted of, or day before yesterday, started off with getting to the cardiologist. Hey, we want ultrasounds, we want EKGs, we want to make sure we're going to rule out that. And then before I knew it, we were over at a hematologist because of the blood work.
Before I knowed it, there were guns and knives.
Yeah, right. But that whole thing and where he's at now, for those of you that have sent prayers and everything, he is doing much better. I'll explain a little bit more, but I won't bore you with some long story. But let me just say this: met some people in the medical field, and I know y'all do what you do, and you don't need a big thank you, but there were some doors that clearly God opened up for us because no one else could have, that allowed us to see some great folks, from the doctors to the nurses. I heard the Rick and Bubba show being played. I'm talking about just terrestrial radio. We got us a radio in our office, and it's tuned to 100.3 The River in Huntsville, and we're blaring Rick and Bubba, and we're proud of it. If I walked in one, I walked in 5 places, and you could hear the show.
That's good.
Love that.
At one point, I heard Moultrie doing the same trivia question. I thought that was interesting.
You for some reason thought they were replaying the podcast.
Right. Then I heard Cliff Sims, and which was awesome.
It was good.
And it was just an unbelievable 2 days, which consisted of some stressful moments, but some really blessed moments where you go, you know what? If it wasn't for these people, we wouldn't be where we were. Sure. And so. Just want to thank everybody there, and I've got some names and some departments there within Huntsville that I'll be sure to say thanks to on the big show. But thank y'all. It was quite the 2 days.
Yeah, I bet.
Because when you can't see and you can't get around, that makes it difficult to do anything.
It does.
And it looks to be that he was anemic. And didn't realize it, and his blood count was so low that they had emergency transfusions ordered. But that process takes some time. Didn't know, boy. I'm really versed on
you learned a lot,
things. Did y'all know this? And if y'all do, go, Speedy. Everybody knows that. Yes. Did y'all know that the blood banks where the hospitals get the blood from? In most cases are not on the premises of the hospital. They could be blocks or miles away, but they put the blood in a tube like you're at the bank and you're sending something to the teller, and it shoots in that tube and comes up at the hospital.
Really?
And then they go.
Didn't know that.
And they have to sign out for it, and if you don't get it within a certain amount of time, it sends it back.
How about that?
But that's how they get the blood
it's
to and
kinda
from the hospital. Did y'all know that?
I didn't know that.
Didn't know
I
that.
didn't know that either. I thought that was pretty darn
I
cool.
had no idea.
Didn't know that, and through this process with your dad, I've learned way more about iron. Had no idea.
I did not know there were such thing called iron infusions.
And didn't know.
Sorry, y'all.
Did not. And
Didn't.
I didn't know you could get iron by eating out of an iron skillet.
Now,
Yes.
that I did not.
Did
I
not
didn't
know
either.
that. When you said that yesterday, I thought he's either pulling a good one on me or
Right.
somebody's pulling a good one on him.
Right.
And so I Googled it and looked
Yeah.
it up, and that's right. by the
Didn't
way.
Oh,
Never heard
wow.
that.
Didn't
Makes
believe-
sense, I guess.
Didn't believe me.
I didn't.
Consider-
I'll be honest. Well, I mean, you would think if you hear that somebody's pulling a good one on you.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to get your iron up? You got a little iron deficiency? Just eat out of a cast iron skillet.
Hey.
I would think, okay,
Or lick an
whatever.
iron
But
that you iron
but you
clothes
actually
with.
can.
If you want to be hip,
Brings your levels
say,
up.
Say IDA.
IDA,
I suffer from IDA or my
iron
dad-
deficiency, what?
anemia.
Anemia. Okay.
And they say number 5 on tips. 5 tips for healthy eating with IDA. Break out the cast iron
There
skillet.
it is.
I didn't know
Great.
that.
Whoever thought an iron pot could help boost the nutritional value in the foods you eat? Question mark. 20 minutes of simmering spaghetti sauce in an iron skillet can increase its iron content 9-fold.
Never put spaghetti sauce in iron skillet.
This little trick works well for other acidic foods too.
Hmm.
Did not know that. I got all kinds of tips like
Says if
like
you wear a
what- like-
Birmingham iron T-shirt, it'll
like for instance this. Did y'all know this?
Forgot about that.
That when you're eating foods high in iron, like a steak
Yeah.
or something like that, don't for your drink don't have tea or coffee or whatever because it pulls the iron from the food.
Removes it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did y'all know that?
Nope.
Huh? You didn't
Did
know
not.
that?
I knew that happened. I didn't know it was that
and
specific.
And Bubba, if he was there, he would have stood up and gone, "See, I told you." Chicken livers. They recommend.
Well, I knew
chicken
that.
livers.
Yeah.
Any
Yeah.
type of liver.
Yeah. But we'll get into
I
that.
don't
more.
like liver.
what if you cook chicken liver in an iron skillet?
Boy, you got
Oh,
yourself
there you
something.
go. Eat
That's
more.
hard to
Why ironing your shirt?
You got lean meats. You
Yeah,
got
yeah, that never
iron-rich veggies. You got all kind of things.
What about iron gnats? We got a few of those
goddamn,
flying around
Where
here.
did they come from? I mean, they turned it up a little bit, huh? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we are back. 866 We Be Big. And Greg, it looks like Cord Buddy. What?
What?
I'm handing it to you.
Why? I'm not allowed.
Well, hush. Cord Buddy bringing you
funny
this
when you were
portion
yelling at him,
of the
like you
show.
didn't know. I said of all ones that he should know, I figured it was Cord Buddy.
Oh, well, no, I know Cord Buddy. I know Travis Perry. We text all the time.
I know.
Great company, great man.
You've actually played a Cord Buddy.
Yeah, I have. And, now that school's in session, hopefully you're in school and not at home, based in our home state down in Dothan, Alabama.
Alabama.
I love Dothan. Do you know that I have been drawn to Dothan more in the last few years than I have my entire life. Just with the boys playing and going through and doing
Dothan's
things.
a big part of your life.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, Cord Buddy, they're on the Willamette. They're
That's
right there.
You can win one.
Yeah, and we
They
always
just
want to
need to know which hand you strum with.
That's important.
It is.
On how to hook it up to your
left or right
guitar. And Adler has actually taught guitar lessons.
He has.
Or as Bubba would say, guitar lessons.
Guitar.
But this really, when it comes to Cord Buddy at chordbuddy.com, really makes learning how to play the guitar fun and easy.
That's right.
If you love music and you've always wanted to play the guitar or know someone who does, for less than $50, you can learn from the system voted #1, which is such a cool invention. At Cord Buddy, they'll literally have you or your family or your friends playing sweet music with the very first day you use Cord Buddy.
What if I want to play a ukulele? They got it.
Well, I don't know.
They
but
do.
I can tell you
that's
this.
True.
I can tell you this: if you can press a button, then you're going to be playing the guitar. I can tell you that.
And they do have the ukulele, by the way.
Yeah, it really is that simple. As you improve, you simply remove the cord, making buttons similar to training wheels on a bicycle. Right. It's so easy. Get yours today at chordbuddy.com. And by the way, if you're interested in a terrific guitar too, you can go to go along with the Cord Buddy training system. They've got that covered too for you. Yep. Check out special deals on them at chordbuddy.com. That's chordbuddy.com. Or you can always go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button.
Right. Boy, Travis.
All right, so I want to pull
he
back the curtain. He
sends me great one-liners, by the way.
Oh, does he?
Yeah,
really?
Sometimes he does. Yeah.
Thanks for.
He's musical. That means he's creative.
He's a funny man.
We should include Greg and myself.
Right.
So pull back the curtain a little bit. So the reason you do the brought to you bys is because Greg and I were told we didn't need to read them.
That
we weren't.
And we did.
We did. You're right.
Now, I don't do them right, but let me say this. I know how we exaggerate things.
No,
first of all,
y'all
weren't.
y'all suck.
Say this is what I'm talking
Stop
about.
doing
Say
it.
this. That was never said.
It was something like you two JAs stop reading the brought to you bys. You're an embarrassment.
See,
and I want Speedy doing it.
There we
and
go.
Speedy doing it only.
Now, guys, y'all
Now,
believe
when you're off there, we have to.
Y'all
Somebody has to read
y'all
it.
believe 20% of what they just said.
So
Okay.
So I'm serious. Just to pull back the curtain, okay?
Oh, we got a curtain.
You were asking us if one of y'all want to do this. That was a strange deal with Cord Buddy a minute ago during a commercial break, asking us if, hey, won't one of y'all do this?
I've been listening the last couple of days, and y'all flip it like y'all little buddies. They're like y'all like little brothers. And so I didn't know if y'all wanted to read mine.
My point is this. I don't mind doing it. Greg doesn't mind doing it. But you're going to have to get clearance from a higher power because they don't want us doing it.
In fact, and plus, Ron Greenwood says, I will never take those away from you. He said, if we ever try to take them away from you, he's going to be so mad.
No, let's take it a step further. What he wants to do is you hand them to me right as we're coming back, and I have no time to proofread or figure out. Now, a lot of these we've done a lot of, and so it's like, okay, I got it,
The new ones do
some,
sneak up.
And then really some on the Cord Buddy, it wasn't necessarily I didn't know about them. It was like, okay, what's this? I want to make sure, just make sure because that's important.
The updated version.
It did sound like,
but I do think they do have ukulele. Is that not in that?
It's not in the brought to you by, but
I thought it was.
Oh man,
I see Speedy play a ukulele.
Yeah,
in a Hawaiian shirt. Me and Hams tried to do it. They said we sucked at it and wanted you to do it.
See, I love how y'all spin things out of control.
I wonder which brought to you by.
us.
I wonder which company it was. I think it was Relief Factor. They just said, you know what, y'all going to have to stop reading it.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't say curcumin,
right?
And that messed up.
Curcumin, yeah. What is it about our parents, and are we turning out this way? And our kids, if we were to interview our kids, they'd go, "Oh, I know, that's about right." They get set in their ways, and there's no talking them out of it. And I'll tell you why. Going back and forth to the hospital and doctor with my dad, we had to drive their car instead of mine.
My mother and dad did the same thing.
No,
let's just take our vehicle.
I want my car, and I want to sit in my car, because we're taking my car. You're at my house. We're not taking yours.
That's it.
And they were just set in our way. I wonder if we would be that way, and are we going to be that way when our kids come help us?
probably.
My dad, and I think Dad does this for two reasons. Okay, one, I think he knows it bothers me. Two, I think he's set in his ways. But he asked the same thing one time. I was going to get gas for the boat and Sea-Doo and that kind of thing, going to get all that before the weekend started. Hey, just get in my truck, we'll go. I said, no, I've already got everything in my car. Just come on. No, we're taking my truck. and Dad, my car, the SUV's right here and everything.
Right.
Get it out. We're taking my truck.
Yeah.
But Dad, I drove it here.
Number one, I can drive on record for that.
Right.
Number two,
Been doing it for years.
I'm going to pay for the gas, so I know what you're doing here. Just quit. Just stop. Nope. Ain't no sense you putting it in that SUV.
Yeah.
Put it in the truck and let's go.
Yeah.
I'm driving.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you let me drive? You ain't driving my truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is bad or not, and I'll have to talk more about it. My dad thinks he bought everything when we went places, but because he can't see, he would give me his card, and I would use mine, and I would hand it back to him. I go, all right, we're good.
Well, at least you didn't take advantage of him like I thought you would.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Hey, guy, hey, you ain't buying my lunch, son.
Oh, my dad's
yes, sir. I
same
sure.
way.
Oh, no, I got it. No, you don't. Okay, well, okay, you buy it, and then he really didn't.
Yeah.
Bubba.
the gravy,
6
please.
minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun. We are thankful that you are here. And we start this hour with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we go forward. Wheel of Meat is going to happen today. GWAM, the giant Wheel of Meat. No doubt it happens today. We just don't know when. Speedy's back. The real Greg Burgess here. Adler, Helmsy, they've given you a kickoff hour. Along the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the TuneIn app, the podcast archives live and archived on our YouTube channel. There's all sorts of ways to grab Rick and Bubba content. And if you'd like to know how to do that, just go to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Catch it live or on your time. Right there he is, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. But most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice. Professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates, and those outside the window.
Blackberry Smoke. Like I said, I got some video footage last night from Ryan Greenwood. He was at a concert with him in Louisville.
I heard that.
Yeah, buddy, they sounded good.
They did.
Ooh, they sounded good.
Quality. Yeah,
and it looked like at the end they brought out special guests, lead singer of Wet Willie. Got out and did a few songs with him.
How about that?
Really?
That was Street Corner Serenade?
Well, the only one I saw was You Got to Keep On Smiling.
No, so he actually sung that? Or is he the guy that just sung that song, or did he do all of them?
No, all I saw was a very small clip that the lead singer of Wet Willie joined Blackberry Smoke, and they were singing Keep On Smiling.
Okay. So they didn't do did.
If they did, it was not documented and sent to me.
I got you.
But I was shocked by something.
But that's you know, I wouldn't have just if you'd have said that Blackberry Smoke brought up someone to perform.
Yeah.
Wet Willie would have probably been way down the list of my guess.
Yeah, I think they're considered more of a Southern rock act than you and I would ever give them credit for. Like they get mentioned a lot.
Wet Willie?
Yeah. They get mentioned a lot when people are referencing Southern bands.
Yeah.
See, Rick, I don't know. I don't like to call them Southern bands.
Well, I'm just telling you
because I don't know of any Northern bands.
Well, yes. Well, I can tell you some bands I wish would go north. But anyway, it's but you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you mean.
Well, for a perfect example, the Charlie Daniels song that you're not allowed to play anymore because it says the South's going to do it again. I'm sure you're not allowed to play that anymore. Well, he starts listing all these Southern music icons, and he mentions Wet Willie.
Well, see,
along with all the others.
I just thought they had really good music
from Mobile, Alabama.
See, I had zero idea of that.
And now you're back.
None.
How about this?
Now as far as music style,
now you're back to my original point.
Right.
I didn't know that.
Right.
I don't necessarily put them in the vein of an Allman Brothers.
That's what I mean.
I know they're from here, and I like their music. Mm-hmm. But when I say Southern rock bands, I think Marshall Tucker.
Yeah, exactly.
38
Molly
Special.
Hatchet.
Interesting. Did you know that he got on stage with them last night? And one of the late videos, I guess he sent when I was in bed, they were actually singing "Can't You See."
So, Rick, could we have Wet Willie bed music today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Be happy
just
to
to
do that.
refresh our memory on
Remember the lyric, and "Oh, Brother Willie's getting soaking wet." Huh? From Charlie Daniels.
Yeah.
So anyway,
I didn't know that's what it meant.
Yeah, but how about this? Mobile. I had no idea that Wet Willie came out of Mobile, Alabama.
Oh yeah,
No idea. You didn't know that.
I absolutely
well,
knew
you just
that.
said you didn't.
I said I don't put them musically in the Southern sound. What I consider Southern rock. What I'm saying, I've always known Wet Willie's from Alabama.
Why
you didn't know that?
No. Why
you
not?
had no idea Wet Willie's
Why
from
didn't you
Alabama.
tell me that?
Greg, I had no idea.
Everybody knew that.
But Greg, did we never mention it?
Yes.
To each other?
Rick, I didn't have to. I thought everybody knew that.
All the years of Silly Water, no mention.
You're telling me that you didn't know Wet Willie was from Alabama?
I didn't. I've been singing them from the top of my lungs and had no idea they're from Alabama.
Well, we're going to play them today as bed music,
gosh.
and we're going to revisit those memories.
By golly, what's happening today? So we'll do that. We have that over here. Note to self, Wet Willie music. Willamette GWAM's happening today. We just don't know when.
The GWAM will make an appearance.
The GWAM will.
The giant wheel of meat.
So we have that. We've got all kinds of updates with things going on. Bubba and the guys were just telling me that AOC cried. And so all I thought to myself was of her crying, and we'll talk about why she cried. When she's crying, I thought to myself, well, now you know how we feel.
Yeah, I do. Every time she goes to the microphone,
every
I feel
time
like
we hear
crying.
you speak, and when we lay awake at night thinking that people that are our fellow citizens voted for you, we cry just like that all the time.
Yeah, I do.
Right.
I really do.
So we'll do that.
Rick, she's consoled. She's consoled on the floor of the house.
Well,
after tearing up.
Does anybody know?
Because we're protecting Israel, by the way.
So you just go ahead and say it.
Well, that's what it was.
I know it is.
It was for the Iron Dome.
I know. She tried to cut all the Iron Dome money out, and we put it back in. She cried. Right?
And then the House overwhelmingly passed to put it back in.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank goodness for that. Look, there she is getting consoled.
Look.
With a mask on, of course.
Oh, that's funny.
That doesn't work.
Look, all tore up.
I want you to know that she's crying because she wanted to cut money from our support of Israel.
Yeah, I know.
And she's
you
crying.
know what? Hey, tear on, baby.
And she's crying that we, thankfully, showing that we have some sense left, that we decided to give it back. So I credit those who gave it back, and I'm thankful that people like her got defeated on that.
Yeah,
right?
It's very bizarre. Very bizarre.
But
that's what the that bunch does.
Oh yeah. And there's something
Tlaib, Ashib,
and trust me,
Kareem,
trust me,
Skyhook, whatever her name is.
There's a whole lot more going on there than politics.
Oh yeah, sure.
That's spiritual warfare right there.
Sure it is.
Let me tell you something. The Israelis and God, they've had a rough relationship, but they'll work it out.
Yeah, we don't need to get in that.
The rest of us just
he said support them. I'm good with that.
The rest of us just need to do what he says about being with them.
Amen.
They're working out their own thing.
There's a few things negotiable. That ain't one of them.
Look, we got a Messiah issue that some of us disagree about. Some do agree. Some, but as far as that place on earth,
and he's dealt with them on that issue.
Yes, he has. But that place on earth, no, hey, Rick, no sir. You stand with them,
Rick. No sir, am I not?
And there's been a few times throughout history that God said, and here's why I told you to stay with them.
Yeah,
because He'll do miraculous things with them against you, and so you just don't do that. And if he wants to allow him to suffer, he will. But you don't.
That's his call.
That's his call.
I'm in, and then what he does, he can do.
That's right.
Huh?
I'm with him.
Huh? I'm with him.
I'm locked arms with him.
I'm not against him, Rick. No, sir.
I pick my side.
I'm in.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Alone and confused. You got to keep on smiling. It's 21 minutes past the hour. Once again, this happens periodically. We mention Wet Willie. We remember their music, and then we play it. This happens periodically on the show. I want you to know, unlike the other day, we are aware that we do this Wet Willie thing before. So I know some of you are starting to get concerned that we keep repeating things that we've done several times as if we're doing it for the first time. Some of it is just we know we're repeating it. Yeah. Now, sometimes we don't, like the Jeopardy team.
Now, I don't remember us ever talking about them being from Mobile.
I know we've talked about them a lot and played their music a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
well,
that I know.
You know why? Because we like
it. Yeah, I'm sure
but
we have.
when they list Alabama artists, they're always mentioned.
Greg, don't get mad about it. I mean, is it worth it?
Greg, don't talk down to us about it.
Is
I
it
mean, we're celebrating together.
Greg,
this is a good thing.
Hey, the Warriors going to be fine.
Yeah.
But
y'all might squeeze one out tonight. You're going to be all right. Don't worry about it.
That's right. It's going to be fine. I know the defense got everybody concerned, giving up, 8-9 points?
For the season.
Well. I was a little disappointed y'all didn't know that about Wet Willie.
You know what? I think I did.
You did, Rick. Like I said, they're brought up constantly in bands from Alabama. They're constantly brought up.
I know. I said Southern. Did you not? I mean, you see hear me acknowledge they mentioned them as Southern bands. I just didn't know they're from Alabama.
Why don't we book them on a podcast?
I'm going to Fairhope to say. If I'd have known that when I was in Fairhope last week, I would have said, "Hey guys, let's meet for lunch."
There you go.
Any Wet Willie guys here?
That's right.
Really good.
So let's go ahead and deal with this. So
which one's Willie?
Rashida Tlaib says statements yesterday, and as you said, Bubba, she's even finally getting ostracized by even people in her own party, because if we are trying to remove bigotry and racism and all that, which would be great to remove those things, then those on the left are going to have to help us, and let's all get on the same page, because people are saying these comments you're about to hear from her about the defensive Iron Dome missile and her comments on the Israelis. If you're looking for something to be anti-Semitic, I don't know that you can get any more clear than this.
Yeah.
But anyway, so here we go. Here is Rashida Tlaib. I guess before she consoles AOC or after or whatever. But here's her. Here's a commentary.
Nice for 1 minute.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I rise in opposition to this supplemental. I will not support an effort to enable and support war crimes, human rights abuses, and violence. We cannot be talking only about Israelis' need for safety at a time when Palestinians are living under a violent apartheid system and are dying from what Human Rights Watch has said are war crimes. We should also be talking about Palestinian need for security from Israeli attacks. We must be consistent in our commitment to human life, period. Everyone deserves to be safe there.
Well, she's right, but what she doesn't understand is she's not holding the Palestinians accountable for any action on their part that causes the violence to continue. We're just acting like that just never happens. That they're just such they work so well with Israelis but she's trying to convince us, for some of us, and some of you may not know, she's trying to pretend that, and hoping, I guess, that some of us don't know that those that oppose Israel in these areas don't want Israel to exist.
Well, and some of these,
she thinks we're so stupid that we don't know that.
Some of these folks have run for Congress just for that issue, okay? And their reason for coming here and doing that and who was behind all of it, we won't get into that today. But this is their main push. I mean, this is what they work for all the time. And the problem with what she's saying, Israel is such a small country, and it is surrounded by so many people that would not like for it to be there. They literally have to build walls to protect themselves. You've seen those documentaries, what they've had to go through. And there are things going on that's not fair to a lot of people there. But the Iron Dome defensive system is a radar system because they're surrounded. People can fire rockets, low-tech, easy to get to, and they do from time to time. They'll just start, firing all these rockets into Israel, which can kill people, destroys buildings. And the Iron Dome system is a network of radar and Patriot missile batteries that knock these things down out of the air before they ever hit the ground. It's extremely complicated. It's very hard to do, and it's a very expensive system. But it does keep Israel safe, and it is not an offensive weapon. It's a defensive weapon. It only works on incoming missiles. So, she's trying to link another topic, and I'm trying to be as fair as I can to the other side of this. This is not tied to the issues you're talking about. That's the bottom line. If you want to have that discussion for another day, we can hash that out. But this is not about that.
Yeah, because it comes across that what she's saying is Israel has no right to protect themselves against people lobbing bombs into their country.
Right. That's what this discussion should be about, not who else is being mistreated and whatever. And there certainly can be cases and arguments about how that conflict has gone on since really the beginning of time, but how it's manifested itself in the last 10, 20 years. But this is a defensive weapon, and that it's expensive, and without our support, Israel would not have it. Matter of fact, we had a former intern here that was working with and on that project at one time. So,
and we've actually had
the smartest intern we ever had.
On other topics, we've had people on who work with the Iron Dome system that have and we gave an opportunity for even our audience to help support it too, and Sherry and I have certainly felt called to support that. So anyway, that's a whole different deal. But anyway, I'm glad to hear that she's receiving some backlash. And AOC crying about it is just, to me, that just shows a lack of stability.
Well, yeah. Well, it really, they just show their hand, what they're really there for and what they're all about.
Does she have a dress yet designed that says no Iron Dome?
No, not yet. But, that give it a chance. There's quite a bit of stir about AOC and that dress because she was getting backlash about going and paying $30,000 a ticket, and she had implied in the interviews and the sound bites that it was given to her. Well, you can't give members of Congress $30,000 gifts.
Right.
I don't know if you know that, AOC.
Right.
It's in the rules.
Right.
They won't even allow you to pick up lunch when you meet with them on anything. So a $30,000 ticket is definitely an issue. It doesn't matter who gave it to you. You either bought it or it was given to you because you were there.
Well, Babylon B says she also got in a private plane and did skywriting tax the rich.
We just and I'm not as concerned really where I'm concerned, and I'll get on to something else, but it's not the Rashids of the world or the AOCs of the world. It's the people who keep sending them back that I'm really concerned about.
Well, they're the problem. We said, look, if you look at the government and the state of the country in this country, the government usually represents the state of the people. Just whoever, they can't get in without your vote. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, so there's the update on that. But the good news is that money that was allocated for the Iron Dome project goes back and will be given to Israel. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past. Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, if you're catching it live. Guys, something weird just happened in the break.
Oh, man.
So weird. Why you? Everybody say weekend. So this is when this was in the disco era. Hear the bass run?
Oh, yeah.
Is that what you be doing?
This is when everybody put out a little disco beat on the song.
Oh, yeah.
So the weekend is here, and that's Wet Willie. So, you know, I saw something to do with
So
Wet
it continues.
We had a Wet Willie discussion this morning.
Let me draw the line for what just happened. So I get home last night from a speaking deal here in town. About before I'm going to bed, I realize I'm just getting inundated with texts from Ryan Greenwood.
Oh, boy.
So I look, and he's got various videos, and I see he showed me a video of Blackberry Smoke, and I said, well, great, Blackberry Smoke's playing. Video sounded great.
band.
Looked like, and Bubba, I think you would have loved. They have this huge screen behind them. And you've seen these before, but extremely high quality. And so, like, at some song they'll be playing out in the middle of a pasture, and then the next song they'll be playing near the lake. You know, another they're playing on the beach. You know, and it just keeps changing behind them.
Right.
So which was kind of cool. But anyway, so then he sends me one that I didn't see till I got up today. That the lead singer of Wet Willie got on stage with Blackberry Smoke. So that led to a Wet Willie conversation, and we for some reason, periodic times throughout Rick and Bubba history, we fall in love with Wet Willie again, and we play their music on the show, and then we forget everything that we talked about that time, and we bring it up again as if it's our first time to discuss the history of Wet Willie.
And y'all pretending y'all didn't know they were from Alabama.
And I think
know
we did.
y'all did.
No, we probably did. And so
I didn't, Greg. I didn't.
Bubba.
You know, based on some of the things.
Every time.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Okay. We're just not remembering it. But
You aren't allowed to listen to the music anymore.
Okay, but anyway,
For one day.
But I want y'all to think how weird this is. It happens on this day.
Now we're just randomly talking
about it. I told you how we're talking about it. We're now playing their music as bed music because we're remembering the great catalog.
Oh, yeah.
And then Greg looks down and he says,
someone said that Kay Ivey, our governor, has proclaimed tomorrow, Saturday, September 25th, as Wet Willie Day in Alabama, and they will be playing in Montgomery tomorrow night.
How about
that?
that?
Is according to the email.
how does that happen?
That is weird.
Bubba, do you realize
The
how
discussion
weird that
had nothing
is?
to do with it.
Well, I told you it freaked me out. I mean, what are the odds of that? I mean,
Apparently 100%.
Well, y'all didn't even know they were from the state, so y'all wouldn't have thought they'd been a day on it.
Here's what I'm willing to do, so you'll get off me about this. Because I don't want you to.
I'm done.
I don't want you to have to. I
compromise.
don't want you to have to go to the game tonight, and everybody say, "What happened to y'all?"
Okay.
So let's.
Here we go.
So what?
It's gonna be that fight.
so
Mom
good.
warned us that we were gonna get in a fight up here when I took this job. She said, "No, y'all don't get up here and get in a fight."
Bubba says y'all got to go outside if you
Yeah.
do.
We do.
no
And
right,
we
no
will.
equipment.
We'll go out
Dad
there.
taught us that.
We'll go out there and fight amongst the tubers. But
Yeah.
get a little extra. But here.
Rick, let's go Warriors.
So anyway, here's what I'm going to say, and I think we can compromise. Hey, what the boy's not willing to compromise.
you
I think
make fun of me, Greg. I don't care.
I think we can compromise.
Because I should have
don't-
known that.
But I think y'all knew it and you've forgotten, and that concerns me.
That's where I'm going to land.
I thought Wet Willie was something you lick your finger and stick in somebody's
is.
ear.
It is.
This whole time I
You're
thought
too
that's
young.
what y'all were
I
talking
got it.
about.
And a chili willy was in slushies we used to get.
Yeah.
But let me say this. I
willies,
didn't
I forgot
recall.
about that.
I didn't recall that they were from Alabama. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. Not that I
You
never
knew it, you just forgot.
I didn't recall that. Is that? Can we live with that?
Because anytime you saw a list of like
Greg?
music artists from the state of Alabama, they're in it every time.
Okay.
Just say.
well, you know what? I don't see that list a whole lot.
I
Well,
don't.
it's got them, the Wilcox boys.
Silent Rain. But listen, I just didn't recall it.
I can live with that.
Okay. All right. Sorry about
I'm
that.
concerned about you, but I can live with it.
Well, I tell you what I'm more weirded out about is the fact that we start talking about it, not
I know,
knowing
not
that tomorrow-
related
Yeah.
to that is weird.
I'm weirded out by that.
That is weird, guys.
We going to the show tomorrow night?
No, I don't. Think
If it was like here, I would.
You would not.
I wouldn't. I like them though. I would like to see them. I just don't know where.
I would like to see Wet Willie in concert if it wasn't too much trouble.
I know
that's
where-
it. And look, nothing against them. That's anybody.
That's
Rudy
me.
Abbott Field, Jim K. Stadium,
I'm
whatever it's
there.
called. If I've
I'm
got
there.
it, that's where he would see
and
it.
And
that's
I live
nothing
and go
towards
another-
Wet Willie. I'm that way about any concert.
No, Greg.
Parking lot of the Thompson Warriors right before pregame.
Oh, I'm on.
I tell you,
That would be perfect.
For me,
They're setting up outside Taco Mom.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
You know, right
They're
there
in the
area.
breezeway.
They're right there, little area out here.
Yeah.
This little area.
Oh, yeah.
I'll probably ease out there. You know, give me like a my favorite little thing there. Walk out there and go weekend. But but I've gotten to the point, and like you said, that it's not an indictment on anybody. I can't put the effort into going to football games.
I know.
I
Yeah.
can't put the effort into people. Greg, I had somebody that had me set up with really, really, really good tickets to go see a really good concert, and I committed to it and then uncommitted.
You know,
I was of course I did find out that Sherry had a conflict, but even before that I was like, oh no, I've committed to a concert.
Rick,
I mean, do I really want to put in the effort to get there
I'm
and
the
go
same
sit
way. And we have been to so many. I mean, that used to be a big deal back in the '80s. You know, every big band came to Birmingham.
Yeah,
and we were all about concerts. But I'm like you, I really don't have any desire to go see anybody.
You know, I used to love
it's
to
not
hear.
that I don't like them.
No, I love them. It's not
the
that.
concert experience is not something.
the effort.
Can I tell you what I loved? I loved having tickets, headed to a concert, and listening to the radio and hearing the commercial for the concert. Ruffino Von Production. And I'm like, turn it up.
Those commercials were the best.
Turn it up.
I remember on the way to see Van Halen on the Diver Down tour.
Yeah.
I remember hearing Bubba's Spot On. I remember hearing that concert. And they're building up that beginning of, unfortunately, Pretty Woman, because I didn't like that deal. But that intro part, they're building it and they're going, the killer concert, Van Halen, Birmingham Jefferson Civic Center. And I'm on my way to it. I remember thinking to myself, I may internally combust.
Those concerts.
Can I tell you?
It's not in, and it wouldn't just be kind of crowded; it'd be uncomfortably crowded.
It was general admission, so you had to fight for a seat.
It's not us. It comes with the job, and we've got to meet some really cool people over the 28 years we've been doing this almost. But when I met the Ruffinos,
because I'd always heard their names.
That may be I may be more starstruck meeting them than anybody.
You're right, because we heard that name our whole lives when big shows were coming.
I was like,
Ruffino Vaughn.
Oh, yeah. I was like, you're Tony Ruffino?
You're Johnny, you're Tony Ruffino?
Wow. And, of course, we met Gary Weinberger.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And Bubba, please, talk to Rick. Here's how I want it said. Never before has Chris Stapleton been to Birmingham on this particular day in the history of the Birmingham, and here's Rick. Try this, Rick and Bubba. Try this. Never before. One night only.
Weinberg
then he would
so
say,
tired of this.
And then he would say, repeat it back to him.
Repeat. Now say it back to me. No. Never before.
That's good.
I went by.
Say something about the weather. So, under the stars.
I went by their office one time to pick up some tickets, and from Jennifer B. Fine. And Gary came out and he says, Bubba, how do you do it? How do you do it? And I said, what? He said, put up with Rick. He said, does he ever stop? Does he ever stop?
No.
And he was in his Gary Weinberg. And I'm not trying to imitate it because you do it, and I'm not even going to try that one.
Gary
but it was
Weinberger,
so funny.
call me.
He says, Bubba, does he ever stop? He asked me that about 3 times. I said, no, pretty much not.
And remember we used to do the message from, hi, Rick, Gary Weinberger, call me.
Call me.
Rick, call me. As soon as you're free, call me. In the break, call me. You have a commercial break coming up, that'd be fine, call me.
What a run.
Rick, Gary Weinberger, call me.
I said, Bubba, can you reach the switch?
And Gary, you know how somebody that you've been giving a hard time, like you said, and relentless, and you know how I'm not relentless if I get anything on you. And I won't drive it in.
No.
But he.
I mean, you're going on 28 years doing that.
28 years. He said that.
I mean, you got a long way to go on Beth Moen to even get close to
I'm not
the
even
Weinberger impersonations.
If I still had the bullhorn, I would be on my way to do it to her through a bullhorn at somewhere she was.
Yeah.
But anyway, Weinberger, if you remember, because somebody loves if you've been giving them a hard time if they can get something back on you.
Sure.
And he heard when I did the 55-yard line, and everywhere I went, he would see me at lunch. Hey, guys, one time I was listening to Rick.
He had something
funny. He said a 55-yard line. And I'm like, yeah.
He would say, you know that impersonation Rick does of me. That's funny, but let me tell you what's really funny. 55-yard line.
Hey, Rick, it's Gary Weinberger. Call me at the 55.
Can I tell you, too, I've got those tapes from the XFL on the digital. What was
Mini DVD?
No.
Or whatever it's called. Mini.
Golly, the story's much better.
Dat?
Thank you, digital audio tape. But my player won't play them anymore, so I don't know if the player's bad or the tape's bad.
Yeah, if those of you that don't know that, at one time in Rick and Bubba history, we were the play-by-play team for the XFL, the Birmingham.
We were doing the
Thunderbolts.
Manning thing before the Mannings were doing it.
Yep. We did a game that way, every game. But we were the official team and still did it that way.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun, though. It was. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll come back and continue with the Rick and Bubba Show, walking through the stories of the day, taking your phone calls, and at some point today, spinning the wonderful wheel of meat. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top. Me and the fellas used to gather around. Come on. With the funk. What'd you say? See that harmony when we sang. Whoa. Made me feel alright. Whoa. Music from Wet Willie Day tomorrow in Alabama. We did not know that. Oh my God, what in the world? What in the world was that right there?
There's a transition.
Light it up, light it up, light it up. The wonderful Will of Meat.
Come on, give it a try.
So here we go with the wonderful Will of Meat. It has been illuminated. It has been, the lights are now flashing, bringing that joy that only the Will of Meat can bring. Bubba, but I want anyone out there who's concerned at all about how those lights are used and illuminated. Safety is of the utmost importance.
Rick, always we follow the IEEE International, National, State, and Local Standards for Electrical Current.
So there you go. We got the Hand of Truth giving it a thumbs up. Looks like Christmas Pig seems happy. It won't be long to Christmas Pig's back in season.
Well, that's why he's smiling, Rick, from ear to ear.
From ear to ear.
Yeah.
So there it is. My turnkey Christmas deal's dead too. I got to get a plan.
Yeah.
Times
are tough.
Times are tough out there now. Now I'm gonna have to go get one. But anyway, so things on the board brought to you by our friends at harryanddavid.com. That's where the meat comes from, Bubba. So the meat's on the board because it is called the Will of Meat. 1-800-Flowers.com has flowers on the board. We also have Rick and Bubba stuff from the Rick and Bubba store. We got a Cord Buddy. Moultrie will give away a feeder on the board today if you were to land on that. Buzzbox Coffee, Blaze TV with an annual subscription to Blaze TV if you're not already subscribing. So we're going to go down to the beautiful Gulf Coast. Speedy will be spinning the wheel. Greg is on the drums. And here is April. April, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Around and round she goes. Where she stops, nobody knows.
The Avengers pinball machine adding even more joy back there in the background. All right, here we go, April.
It is a happy room.
It's a very happy. It's a loud room, but it's happy. All right. But this hasn't happened in a very long time.
Oh, we're good. Flowers.
Smell it! Boy, you were in trouble there for a minute, April.
Yep.
You were almost eaten by Jaws, but
you're one click away.
But you made it. So, April, if we were to send you a bouquet of flowers, would you like for that to be 24 multicolored roses, 24 red roses, or some vibrant summer lilies?
24 multicolored.
Multicolored roses from 1-800-Flowers.com. And April, thank you for listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
All right, thanks, y'all.
All right, you have a good weekend.
Yeah, thank you very much.
As Wet Willie would say.
Yeah.
Let's go to Rob in Huntsville.
Congratulations.
Made me feel all right. All right, so, Rob, what do you say to Speedy to get that wheel to spin?
Wow, what a wheel.
A reverse spin. A reverse spin. Back around the other way. Here. Yeah. Ooh. Buzzbox, drink it! So, are you already a subscriber for delicious Buzzbox coffee delivered to your door every single month as much as you want it?
No, I'm not.
Well, you've got a pound of Buzzbox coffee coming your way, Rob. As Greg would say, drink it black. I mean, it is outstanding coffee, and if you like it, you can join the others that subscribe. 10% of those coffee sales goes to the Burgess Memorial Fund. Let me put you on hold, okay?
Thanks.
All right, Rob, thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba. Let's go to Pelham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. We go to Pelham, where we find Patrick. Patrick, how are you today, buddy?
Patrick.
Great. How are y'all?
Fired up. What do you say to Speedy, Big Pat?
Yeah. Wow, what a wheel.
Go. Bubba, you did it. Go right there. That was a go. It was a quick go. Bubba, did you see Speedy put
It's a change-up. And he got some flowers for it.
Flowers. Smell it! So flowers it is, Patrick. Left on the board is 24 red roses or vibrant summer lilies.
Let's do red roses.
He didn't want you to do this, Greg. Red roses. There we go. I'll put you on
red
hold.
roses.
We'll send that to whoever you want us to send it to, but if you're married, let's make sure that goes to the wife. All right, so there we go. Let's go to Duncan. It's a cool name. You always like the word Duncan?
I do.
What does it make you think of?
Donut.
Yeah. Duncan, also out of Birmingham, Alabama. Duncan, how are you doing today, buddy?
Doing good. How about y'all?
Fired up and ready. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a week.
Let it rip. Go!
Greg blew
Blew
the lights out of it.
Blew the lights.
All that safety goes to pot.
All that safety don't mean jack.
There we go.
All right, here we go. Now she's back.
It was a temporary outage.
Yeah. T-shirt, T-shirt, T-shirt. Wear it. So, Duncan, you are allowed to go to rickandbubba.com and pick out the T-shirt of your choice. Tell us what your size is, and we'll send it right to you. Do you know right off the top of your head what shirt you'd like to have?
Not really, but dude, I'm stoked.
Are you stoked? Okay, so I'm gonna put you on hold. I mean, you can get Rick and Bubba University. You can get Common Sense as a Superpower. You can get the Making Radio Great Again. Jesus Loves You and I'm Trying. We've got a number of those out there. Can't Have Nothing. Got some of those. I mean, how you can't even have a. So let's put you on hold, okay?
I appreciate it, man.
By the way, we may get a call from Gary today, and he's on.
I hope he's doing good.
He's on day 16. Hey. Let me tell you something. You don't want nothing to do with this with the COVID.
No, you don't.
Hey, Rick. Hey, call me. I got the COVID.
Oh, no.
But thankfully, he and his wife seem to be fine, and we hope that they get through it completely. Seth is in Fort Payne, Alabama. Seth, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
It's my birthday, and I appreciate y'all taking me. And wow, what a week.
Well, happy birthday. How about Seth?
A birthday spin.
All right, let's see if we can get a winner for Seth here. Look at here. Look at here. Look at here.
Yep.
Hey! Chord buddy, chord buddy, chord buddy. Strum it. Sting. So you got a chord buddy. How would you like to play guitar?
I would love it.
All right. Well, look, we're going to send you a chord buddy.
You'd be the man in Fort Payne.
So I have to ask this question. It is mandated here on the chord buddy information. So are you a right-hand strummer or a left-handed strummer?
I believe right-handed.
Right-handed strummer. So you're going to get a chord buddy. You're going to get an instruction book. You're going to get a free app lesson plan. Videos are on the app. And you're also going to get a chord buddy songbook that will have over 100 songs that you can learn to play.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Hey, look, just put that thing on the neck like training wheels on a bicycle and let it eat.
Yep.
Will do.
Well, hey, happy birthday to you. How about the birthday gift of a chord buddy?
I like
Can
that.
you beat
I
that?
like that.
All right, let me put you on hold. All right, we'll get all that information to you. Greg, nice work on the drums today.
Couldn't hardly hear him.
Now, if you could just turn it up.
How about a go on the way out?
There you go. Greg, can we get a go from you?
Go! Go! Go, 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 go!
Thank you, Greg.
And don't come back.
That's right. Top of the hour. Congratulations to our winners. It was all winners today, right?
I know.
We didn't have any losers
I
today.
don't think so.
No, I think all winners today.
Speedy was in a giving mood.
That way go, Speedy. Top of the hour. Be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How about 6 minutes past the hour? Thanks for being with us. Much to do on the Rick and Bubba Show as we grind through another day, wrapping up another week. And thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here as the Rick and Bubba Show moves forward for another day. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussing.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Now, Bubba, it's going to be difficult for you to remember all the people. Now, there was one guy that wanted me to tell you hello last night that did something to do with your heating and air many, many years ago.
You know, we usually get very close with our HVAC
right,
guys,
so
because I love air conditioning.
I've also talked to people that's worked on Bubba's aid. You must have had a lot of work.
You have had a lot of work.
I believe in having mine serviced regularly.
Right.
You're supposed to.
Won't you know some things I'm no longer correcting? Last night I actually had a discussion with the guy how my tennis team and his tennis team played. And how
went with it.
Yeah, and I agreed with him on every aspect of it. I too thought that tournament went well.
Rick, you remember that's like the guy at the Pizza Hut.
I don't even correct it anymore.
The guy at the Pizza Hut that would call me Rick every time I went in there. And this went on for years.
Yeah,
I never told him any different. I just went along with, how you doing?
But what I'm thankful for, because here's what I say, and I saw somebody talking about this. You remember the other day when I just had to basically almost shout out, we've done over 5,000 shows. And that's 20 segments a day.
I did the math on that yesterday, and I don't have it in front of me, but it was an astounding number.
Right.
It was like 112,000 segments.
Yeah. So what we so we will repeat one from time to time and not even know we're repeating. Sometimes we repeat them on purpose.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. But what I'm talking about is I now realize the audience is in the same condition that we're in.
Yeah, sure.
If you've been with us, now if you're new, you don't have these problems. But if you're a veteran, well, you can't remember who did what and said what either.
No.
And so what they're doing is they'll come up and they'll have it completely wrong. And the shocking part is that I remember it good enough to know they're wrong, but they still like the meat of what happened, and I'm okay with it. They basically have it right. You know, they're putting our kids with the wrong dads, and that's fine, and they've got us doing the things that somebody else actually does or said, and that's all right.
We got us with the wrong wives.
Oh my goodness, we had a sales meeting the other day where we had the wrong ring, we had the wrong chains, we had statements that were made that were completely a hodgepodge of basically what we said. I mean, but anyway, so it's just a lot of details to remember for the audience and for us.
Yeah.
So anyway, had a great time. I got a chance to speak at Lakeside Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama last night, and always thankful Pastor Greg Corbin for being such a gracious host and allowing me to come in and speak. Brad Tollison, he went to that church to be on staff 2 years ago, and we started trying to put this thing together, and it's taken us 2 years to finally have it because of the pandemic and all that. So, but let me tell you, on my tour of steaks. Okay, look at the security. I thought it was very good.
Yeah, wow.
Is that BJ there?
Yeah, no, that's funny.
That's Andrew.
Boy, I'm telling you, that's the very large that's the large Greek Andrew Varvatos. But anyway, by way of Louisiana. But anyway, which is such a weird combination of culture.
Yeah.
But anyway, so his hummus is very spicy. So. One of the things that we were trying to accomplish last night is now all the men's things know, and I've been saying it, which I'm fine. If a men's deal, if they're serving a meal, it's barbecue or it's steaks, and it's all has to go with what the budget is. Okay,
yeah.
There's no variance on that.
Right.
Okay, which anybody got a problem with that?
No, not at all.
So
I'd have a budget.
Greg, let me tell you this, and this is gonna harken a lot of great memories. Okay. So the various steaks, and I understand that when I went to Waco, they were very
Texas.
Let me tell you, in Waco, Texas, they didn't want to hear that I'd had a steak anywhere near what they had.
Yeah.
Okay. They wanted me to know that they could serve 800 steaks and they all be quality. Okay, because I'm in Texas.
That's pretty good.
But I'm going to tell you something. Last night was as close to eating a ribeye like Dad used to grill.
Them good ones.
Hey, let me tell you something. I could tell that they'd put that thing in Dale sauce or Moore's or one of those. And they had the baked potatoes were perfect, okay, and it was no nonsense. And then you know what they had for dessert, and this may not be big with you, because
share it. And
I know you're more of a cake than pie guy.
Well,
but they had homemade apple pie.
Well, yeah, I like
Oh,
pie.
Rick,
What are
yeah.
you talking about? I don't like pie.
The kind like Mama
Rick,
makes.
Oh, yeah.
I did
Look
not-
at me.
I know.
Do you think I don't like pie?
Well, Blair and Karen said that you like tennis and pie.
And pie.
But anyway, but the apple pie was fantastic.
Yeah.
The steak was. I don't want the people to come from Texas and get me.
Yeah.
But I will say this: the steaks I think were the best I've had so far on the
There
road.
it is.
Rick, you got to
You
learn.
said it.
Like James Spann never says one cake's
No, you're
better
right.
than
Well, you know, but
You could tell us,
Let me just
but
say
you're
this: the
insane.
ribeyes last night were fantastic.
Really good.
They were fantastic.
Potato was perfect.
Yeah, but the only problem with that, where you got to be careful, and I know there are some speakers, Sherry's like this. Mm-hmm. There are some speakers that will not eat before they speak. Helmsy's that way too. I'm not that way. I'll go ahead and eat. I know.
Really?
I know that. I know
Why
that shock
not?
joke. I know that shock joke.
Yeah, I don't. I get. I don't want to. I don't want to
Yeah.
have to leave
And then
the
eat
stage.
again afterward.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, I don't have IBS anymore, so we you know once I changed the way I was living,
That helped,
magically a lot of that was fixed. But
There you go.
so
I'm a little bit. I like to eat after anything.
Really?
Yeah.
Well-
But sometimes it doesn't work that way.
right.
Well, I will admit to you guys that last night it was one of those dinners that was so good. There was something that hit me that says, "Well, you realize now you got to go. You're about to speak," and I kind of wanted to like lay down and watch TV or something.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So I can see where that can hit you.
Yeah.
But it was.
I think I'm trained to eat and relax.
Yeah.
You know, it's something.
Is that
like,
what it is?
yeah.
But it was very, very good, and so thanks to all the guys that worked so hard on the meal. Thanks to all the men that came. Thank you to Pastor Greg Corbin and Brad Tollison for trusting us with it. You guys put together a great evening, and I know Helmsy, you were at First Baptist Church Opelika last night. Got great feedback on that. That went well.
Yeah, it
you know,
did.
Now Britt knows what he's doing. He
does.
He don't fool
He
around.
does.
That's Britt Yarbrough who does
Yeah.
the men's ministry there.
He just gets it, man. He does.
First Baptist Opelika is the only church that I know of. Now there may be another one that I don't know of, but he's the only one that started the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com when it was supposed to start in 2020,
Yeah.
and has found a way to do it for 2 years.
Yes.
He has never not had a man church, and he's never not had the curriculum rolling.
Correct.
And he's used the modern technology, but he's found a way to do it. I mean, I have to commend them.
I'm impressed with
I
that
think-
whole operation.
Because I think you did that might have been Man Church 7 last night, and
I was the seventh one.
and
yeah.
they're about what 3/4 of the way of the second curriculum, or maybe 60% through.
Yeah, I think they're probably 60 to 70% through. Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Because they're ahead of where I'm at with mine. And
Yeah.
I've been going at it for, I don't know, 60 something weeks. So
Yeah. So there it is. But that went well. Now, did y'all get a
went
meal?
great. We did get a meal. Now I'm the guy that doesn't eat prior to.
So why not? Why do you not?
I'm just.
Bubba was talking about you afraid of the stomach.
I'm afraid of what's gonna.
Something could
I don't know
happen.
how it's gonna play out. And it was excellent steaks. It looked like I always get mine to go, and I nibble on it when I get
So y'all had-
home.
y'all had steak,
Or
too?
now, of course, it was 10:30 when I got home, but or put it in the refrigerator and eat it today. But it was a steak and all the fixings, and the desserts were crazy. And I was really tempted, but I have learned the hard way. I don't, and especially because I'm not. I realize I'm not going to be on stage speaking until like an hour and a half from when we're doing dinner. That's a lot of time to pass, and so I stay away from it. And Britt knew that. He was like, "Are you one of the?" He asked me the question just as he said, "Are you one of these guys that likes to eat before you speak or no?" And I said, "I'm not." And he goes, "Well, do you want me to like this perfect example? Somebody's got to figure it out." He said, do you want me to get you a pack of crackers or something that you can nibble on just so you kind of have something on your stomach?"
See,
and I said, that would actually
that's
be
somebody
perfect.
thinking,
And,
I'm a
but again, he gets
cracker
it,
guy.
and he goes, "You're not the first." He goes, "I've there's several of you that don't eat before you go up there."
I bet he said, "Oh, Burge ain't that way."
No, he said
Yo, he-
Now after it, look out.
I've seen Burge speak with something on his shirt.
Well, let me tell you, if I ate before, I would have it on my shirt. That's the
it's a
problem.
bad feeling when
I've
you're
got an eating problem, Rick. I don't know if you know that.
when you're 15 to 20 minutes into a 45-minute deal and your stomach starts rumbling.
Oh, boy.
I've learned that. That's so I just stay away from it. And it's hard because man, it looked delicious sitting over
Have
there.
you eaten it yet? Is it today?
I even messed up. I haven't eaten it yet. It's in my refrigerator. It'll be my lunch today. But I'll say this: I even looked. I even had sweet tea last night, and see that bothers like my throat.
Yeah.
And I knew I'd messed up. I'm like, "What are you doing?" Like,
So thanks, guys. Also, Northside Baptist last night. Rich Wingo was there in Jasper. Here, that went great, too. So thanks to all of you. We had a great time, and I will say the steaks were delicious. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Wheel of Meat has already spun today, so if you fiddled around and you didn't get all the show today, you missed it. So that baby has spun, has been put up for another week, and we thank you for being with us on the program today. Chipley, Florida. I'll see you guys Sunday night. That event is sold out. There are no more seats available.
That's a fun town to say.
It is Chipley. I'm kind of excited about what we're going to eat there.
Chipley.
By the way, I want you to know.
I bet it's cut up good.
Yeah, it is. Well, you know what I should have done on this whole tour? I should have said, we're here tonight, and I'd like to update you on what we had to eat tonight. And do a little food deal. Yeah. So anyway, Chipley, looking forward to seeing you guys.
Chipley.
Man, you guys have done a great job. They got a lot of guys coming out Sunday night.
I'm going to put a list together of cities that are fun to say. Chipley's on there. Eclectic's on there.
That's a tough one, though.
That's fun, though.
But eclectic is a battle.
Well, you get going, it flows right on out.
What about the chicory hip?
Hey, let me tell you something.
Hey, that was one of the times I said to myself, I think I just had a mini stroke.
Oh, you caught it as it came out of your mouth? I've never seen you catch one that quick.
Nothing you can do about it.
Did you see my eyes light up? Like, what am I saying?
You said, what was that?
So we have an update, some things that are going on. So a lot of people, as you said, Bubba, have been waiting. This goes back to the Trump controversial election. And these audits, election audits.
Where they go back in and hand count everything and, just really go through the results to be sure everything's good. And, some of the conspiracy folks have really been saying, hey, just wait till the Arizona audit comes out.
Before I go any further, Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
Yes.
This is simply.
Speedy, you need to step out.
Yes, this is. And I know, Speedy, this is going to be hard on you.
Bothering you,
but just if you want to take a break,
I'll just go with it.
If you want to take a break, you can. But
look, I didn't come up with these results. I'm just reporting it.
Can I say something before we go into this?
I don't necessarily.
Can I try this? And I know I know what I'm about to do is a complete waste of effort that I probably will need to live 30 more minutes. Okay, but I'm gonna go ahead and give this 30 minutes of my life up and
All right,
go
take
ahead.
it off.
Okay?
Go ahead and knock it off the backside.
We all preferred that President Trump would have won of the choices we were presented. I did not think that the Biden administration was the best thing for this country. With with warts and all the imperfections and flaws, I thought the Trump administration was overall better for the country than the other only had two choices. Yeah. And I felt so this is not about, hey, I'm glad this didn't work. It didn't have anything to do with that at all. But I tell you what I don't want to do. I don't like this constant pressure for this tribalism that I have to go over here and I have to, if I don't believe all these things and I don't say these things like a robot, that somehow that you're attacked and destroyed by the given tribe. We want to get on this show as much as we can. Now, do we have bias? We do.
Yeah, we do.
But we have. Because we have a worldview that we think is the truth, and we have a preferred worldview.
Yep.
So do we tend to kind of want to find something that confirms our worldview as opposed to something that might be in conflict with it? We do. I think everybody does that to a degree. We all have bias. But as best as we can with all of our bias, we try to just report the information as it is, not get on here and use it as propaganda. To try to, we just say, well, hey, you know what? You're right. Here's what we discovered.
And Rick, when it comes to the former presidential election that we had, I've always said I thought there was some fishy things that went on. Now, is there any prosecutable evidence of that? No.
Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
It hasn't been done.
My email's not even working today. I don't know what happened.
Yours is shut down.
Yeah, Helmsy's doing some maintenance on it. Yeah. All right, so
forgot your password.
Right.
So. Look, I don't. But when people come with these conspiracy theories, they're a lot of times they're really sold on them, and I'm like, well, how do you know? Mm-hmm. Well, they said, well, so and so said.
Right.
Well, that ain't you really know. That means you trust what so and so said because you wasn't there. You didn't count it. And neither did I.
Bubba, I could make up the most bizarre worldview I want to and find about 11 podcasts that would confirm me today.
Sure, you're right.
There's
and about 4 documentaries.
Yeah, I mean, most things that we deal with, or I'd say the large majority are secondhand information that comes to you, and you choose, who you believe and who you don't based on past performance, I guess. But anyway, we've been pointed. I've heard many times, the Arizona audit, whatever. Well, that will be published today, but they have put out a preliminary report, and this thing lasted about 6 months, cost about $6 million, and they've done their count, and once they've sorted through all of it, they come up with Joe Biden actually gaining 360 votes.
Correct.
So there was some mistabulation on it.
Yeah, we didn't give Biden enough votes.
Right.
So that's the truth of the audit. Now, I know some of you think probably the audit is some sort of it's been corrupted in some way.
And just because we're giving the story does not mean we're liberal.
No,
we've not turned our back on America, and we don't hate Donald Trump. Okay, this is just a story. I didn't write it. I wasn't there when they counted. I can only tell you what it says.
Right. Well, hey, who's reporting that though?
So there are some other audits that are about to take place or are still going on. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Texas is also going to be looking at one of these. I don't know why they're looking at Texas, really.
Alabama.
That you're going to hear that story today, and it's going to be a big story. And I don't know how many times we've had people, and I mean this has happened numerous times with me. People that I love and respect, and even people who come to the show here. We've had several people in the golden ticket seats that will say, well, when September the 10th gets here, you know what's going to happen or whatever. I said, no, what's going to happen? He said, well, Trump's going back in.
No, Bubba, you're doing this.
And I said,
Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
I said, well, how's he going back in? Well, the audit stuff's coming back, and they're going to declare the whole thing was set up, and he's going to be put back in. I said, now how does that work exactly? Because I don't understand. Because I don't know.
Here he goes.
I don't know.
I know.
Anybody want to leave?
No.
You know what? Some things are just unnecessary.
I know. Yeah.
Here's the deal. I'm
right
just going to
here
say
on
this.
a wet willy weekend.
Rick, I'm going to say this, and I'm done with it.
Oh boy.
JFK Jr. shows up and straightens this mess out. Y'all gonna say?
Okay. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah. Well, I've had to deal with this in my my close family for a while too, and
Greg.
I declared you're 0-9. Okay.
Right. A lot of dates have come and gone.
Yeah, I'm not listening to another story until you get a win. Get a win, you're back. I'll have the discussion again.
But this should not be interpreted as that we wouldn't prefer for some of these.
I wish they would overturn it
immediately.
Yeah,
but even if they did, I don't know that there's a process where some court goes, Joe Biden move out of the White House. I don't
Right.
I don't think that happens. I think at this point it's just a done deal.
I thought he was on a movie set,
and you go fix it next time.
And do I think the Biden administration so far is proving that they are a disaster?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Look, they're everything we thought they would be, plus some, really.
But I'm afraid
hey, we're not even a year into this zoo yet.
Right. Yeah, but some of this other stuff, I think
you're going to hear the story today. We just want to let you know.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
watching this show or listening to the show right now and you're afraid you might have stank breath, I know. If you have true friends, they'll tell you. You ever had a friend offer you a TheraBreath lozenge? You're like, oh, I might want to look into these. Let me tell you about TheraBreath. They've been on this show for at least, 20 of the 20
long time.
or something like
Long
that, maybe
time.
more than that. But these products are fantastic. If you want to try to find the TheraBreath products, you certainly can at retailers. But again, shelf space may not allow for all the choices to be there. So go to TheraBreath.com. Let them know that Rick and Bubba told you to stop in, and you will see all of the TheraBreath products. The mouthwash is fantastic. The toothpaste, love the lozenges. There's no telling how many boxes of those lozenges that I bought and sold because other people are like, hey, let me have one of those. And they are fantastic because, even if you use the product, you go out, you eat a lunch, or you drink some coffee, and you think to yourself, all right, now I don't have the confidence anymore. Boom, put the lozenge in, you're back. And also, they just help you keep your from dry mouth. You ever get dry mouth? Dry mouth.
Yeah.
So go to TheraBreath.com. That's TheraBreath.com, or go to RickandBubba.com. You'll find it under the sponsors button. But there's some sort of tuber day outside the studio today. Some sort of tuber day. But I just saw something.
There's Coop.
A minute ago. Coop, get out of the way. I want to see the boys got the birthday. Let me get the Hunter up here.
Hunter, come here.
Hunter is out here today, and Hunter's got his 16th birthday, and that's a biggie.
Hunter, take a step to your left.
Yeah, step to.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
But here's what I love, and I don't know why Mom doesn't have a hoodie. But I mean, it's like she got left out of the hoodie. But anyway, they have the Rick and Bubba hoodies on because in Alabama, and that's going to get warmer as we go.
Yeah.
But
It's
today,
a little chilly this
sitting out
morning.
here in this shade, yeah, it's a little nippy out there, and it feels great, by the way. So they have the Rick and Bubba hoodies on, and they are wearing Rick and Bubba pajama bottoms. Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
The Rick and Bubba pajama bottoms.
Pick that leg up for us.
They're not just for sleep anymore.
They're not just for sleep anymore. They're right there.
Not just for
Yeah.
Throw that leg up there.
There he is.
There we go.
Look at those.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And look how comfortable they look. Are those comfortable? Aren't those great?
Tracy,
Those-
don't be grabbing that young man's leg.
Yeah, so anyway, and there's a sound clip for the day. So happy birthday, Hunter, 16 years old, and good to see the
He looks
tubers.
good. We're not sure what Coop's wearing.
Right, we don't know what Coop's got on.
He did send Greg some socks,
Yeah,
though.
yeah,
I
yeah.
got some
Yeah.
socks.
Coop waited till that hat went on sale and got it. But
did.
after
He did.
the anniversary tour was over. But if you
What's wrong with getting a good sale,
if
Rick?
you got and some of y'all, I know Speedy, I know it makes you proud of him.
Well, I mean-
whoever sent in the food, the little casserole thing, thank y'all for
Yeah,
that.
thank you. Greg's
Thank you
been off
very
in
much.
it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
those of you that didn't bring any food, don't feel bad about that. It's just
No, it's not required.
yeah. So happy birthday, Hunter! Happy sweet 16, buddy. Enjoy your
Looking
day.
sharp.
And parents, y'all look forward to praying a lot as you go out and let him drive.
Yeah, he's getting his driver's license test, I think, next week.
Don't get car sick like Helmsy.
All right, so let's go to we got a little sports update. Here comes sports again this weekend.
Here we go.
We got a lot going on. We love college football. That's kind of our favorite. So the college football matchups this weekend. Is everybody ready for Wisconsin to reveal Notre Dame as a pretender again? Even though we keep holding them in the top 20, but I think we may see. I don't know. Notre Dame may do great. I mean, Wisconsin's a good enough team to beat them, but that's a pretty good game. LSU is going to be in Starkville at Start Vegas
Watch out.
at 11 Central Time.
How you feel about that one, Speedy? How you feel about that one?
I don't know. Last I checked,
them
LSU
Cowbells.
was about 2.5 3-point favorite, so it tells me it's probably going to be a pretty good game. But I don't know what to expect. I'm still mad about Memphis and the calls we got against us.
I know. LSU,
We should be 3-0.
We don't know what LSU team will play
We
that
don't.
day.
We have
You
no
really-
idea.
yeah,
I don't know
just
what to
don't know.
expect.
And Mississippi State seems to be playing pretty good defense. Their offense still seems a little confused. But the Memphis loss was how do you recover after something like that?
I know shoulda and coulda, and I get all that, but that was just wrong.
Well, the call was wrong, but if you got to get to the place because the way a
If
lot
he's
of
up 4 touchdowns, it wouldn't matter.
well, so you got to get to the place like coaches coach.
whole
The
game.
great coaches always say, if you're going to be a great team, know that part of football is you get bad calls and you have to win anyway.
Yeah, you got a plan for it.
And you just win
kinda like
anyway.
baseball.
And,
Yeah.
and you
You're
play
right.
4 quarters. I mean,
And you
now
get
that
mad.
was a terrible call.
Yeah,
Really
it-
was.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, well,
Over here, was the call the right call? Over here, no, it wasn't.
But like Bubba said, if you're up by
Yeah.
3 or 4,
yeah.
then
If the second and third teamers are in, it doesn't matter.
Arkansas, Texas A&M may be the best game of the
I
weekend.
think it is.
yeah, it's gonna be a good one.
Because
We'll see, is
Arkansas-
Arkansas for real?
Yeah,
I think
six-
Texas A&M's favored by around 5, I think. So it's gonna be close.
Yeah, so you got that, and then you got Clemson at North Carolina State. That game not as big as we thought it was going to be.
I'm looking for some of the others that we might be able to.
You got, I think, Florida and Tennessee, and
that's good. That'll be a good game.
See, in years gone by, that was really a big game.
That was a biggie.
But we need Tennessee to come on.
Yeah.
Hey, Auburn and Georgia State.
Okay, great. Yeah. All right. And
then
Alabama, USN.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, this is bad news.
Look at there. I gotta take this.
We have to. We have to. How about this? Helmsy won't even eat before Beth Moen's update.
Yeah.
This is the fan bases. You've been assigned Beth Moen's. So sorry, and it's late too. She's gonna be wound up 9:15.
What? 9:15 p.m.
9:15 p.m. Central Time.
Wow.
10:15 Eastern.
Yeah.
That is a late. I mean, I thought the 8:30, 8:45 kick was. That is really.
She had the Mississippi State game last weekend, but the week prior to the weekend prior to that, I think she had the Arizona State game, and it was a late kick.
So
it was way late.
South Florida at BYU.
Headed off to Utah, Greg.
Bulls against the Cougars.
Beth Moen's, I'll be talking authoritative, just like this right here. I'll be at BYU. I'll be carrying this game against South Florida.
Give us a little Mormon talk.
Well, we'll be here. Tell you one thing, won't be having caffeine.
No caffeine.
No caffeine. Mormons, no caffeine.
Dave, if they have much of Beth, they may need something else.
Yeah, they may need something a little stronger.
They're going to be taking on. It's South Florida's what? The Panthers?
The Bulls.
Bulls. Yeah, they're the Bulls. For some reason, because the uniform, I thought they were Pelham.
Anyway,
South Florida's going to be bringing some Bulls down here, taking on BYU, the Cougars. Mama likes Cougars. I'm a Cougar myself. Be in the mimosas early on. Be tailgating a little bit, Greg. Send it down to Kirk Morrison. Somebody's got to get a timeout. I know what the key to it is, yards. Somebody's got to pick up yards.
This late a start would usually give her more of a chance to, be off the wagon there, so to speak. But at BYU, I don't know. She'll really have to work to sneak it in.
Well, it's kind of like doing a game, like at a Sanford, a Baptist school. There's alcohol. You just got to find
it. Rick, did you hear Beth say when the Memphis Tigers
picking up yards?
Scooped and
scored?
Scooped and scored. Tigers scooped and scored for 6.
For Tigers. 6. Hey, Tigers scoop and score for 6.
Pending the PAT.
Pending the PAT. There are no flags.
Let me hear you say tabernacle.
Oh, we're going to be up there at the tabernacle.
In the what?
In a tabernacle. Send it down to Kirk Morrison to the tabernacle. Got a shout out to Gregory Burgess watching me.
9:15 start. I'm probably not going to make it.
He just went into Helium Boy just a little.
I did. It's close. It's very close. It's very close.
It's just a little more authoritative.
I won't even see the warm-up for that one.
No.
Bubba, picture if Helium Boy would be authoritative.
Because you got to have that authoritative thing. I know a lot about football.
Right.
I'm not, hey, don't call me some chicken here. I can hang with the guys and talk about football.
I might want to hear Helium Boy do a game.
Yeah, Helium Boy's on the sidelines. Send it down to Holly Rowe.
So there it is. I'm sorry. South Florida, BYU. All right, so we also have, you want to go Nick Saban first, or you want to do Deion Sanders first?
Well, look, the Nick Saban, Rick, he's always first.
So Nick Saban at his weekly press conference this week.
Coach Prime is what you need to call him.
Yeah, so we have Nick Saban. He's upset once again what he deemed to be a stupid question.
He's not happy.
That was asked to him.
It's about a tight end not getting enough playing time.
All right, so here it is.
Any of you play sports? I mean, the coach is supposed to play the best players, right? And then it's up to the players to do what they're supposed to do so they get to play because they become one of the best players. So that's what he's doing now. But I don't know, maybe if you didn't play, maybe that's not something that you quite get.
Go to Aaron.
So to answer your question, he's doing what he's supposed to do.
Boy, frustrating.
Somebody's asked about playing time.
So
anybody there play sports?
It was a tight end that they, at the beginning of the year, thought would be more prominent in the offense, and he's only got one catch, and someone else has stepped up and has several catches and a couple of touchdowns, and they were asking about why he's not playing.
Yeah, well, he said, here's a bizarre concept. The guy who's actually stepping up playing better is playing more.
Yeah. The guy that's performing the way we want him to is getting to play.
Yeah, that's the. But the fact that he asked them if they've ever played sports.
Because if you haven't,
I tell you who I
maybe
feel,
you don't know about this concept.
I feel sorry for some of the DBs because Alabama's a big big favorite in this game. And when they get ahead against a weaker team, that is when some of the best Nick Saban comes out.
Oh, yeah.
And, oh, boy, if you miss an assignment, like when you're up by 35, you could get eat up.
Oh, yeah, big time. That's why they're great.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming up this weekend. The Kendrick brothers. We spent a brief time with them when Show Me the Father, the documentary, which is out now. But we really delve into the whole history of the Kendrick brothers and the movies that they have done, how it all started, and we get into some great history of the Kendrick brothers, all the way back to somebody handing us a DVD of Flywheel. I didn't know what they were talking about, and these movies that started as really a local ministry, and if you're looking for something to see, Show Me the Father is in theaters, and as of today, the re-release of Courageous with some updates on what happened to these officers, and some new edits and kind of an upgrade on that movie as well. So those are out, but enjoy that podcast. It was interesting, wasn't it? Talking to their story.
I really enjoyed doing that, and you talking about two guys who have been very open to God's will and the way He's led them, and they even talk about where they've made mistakes and got ahead of God on some things. Yeah. And it was very, very interesting. I really enjoyed that yesterday.
Yeah, and also the when they left the world of it being just done at the local church and were almost sent out, and then they started dealing, kind of like what we all have to do, engaging the world and try not to becoming of the world, and watching them pitching Sony on the idea for the movie War Room. That's a funny one too. So catch that. But boy,
and you're going to see a lot more from them. I mean, their story has got a lot more chapters to go.
Yeah, and then over on the other side, some guys we've hung out with for a while, the Irwin brothers. They've got two big projects coming up too. The Kurt Warner movie,
and it's out right now.
Yeah, right? About Kurt Warner's life. I'm like you. I'm not sure they're released. I know they sent us the trailer on that.
Yeah,
and then Jesus Music is another one that's coming out. That's about the whole world of the popularity and some of these contemporary Christian singers and what they deal with about trying not same thing, walking that line of are you just a rock star, or are you actually still remember why you're doing this? So anyway, it'll be interesting. So those we'll update you on those as they come. So let's jump into finishing our little sports update here today. We've warned the crowd about Beth Mowins, and we've heard Saban get upset with the press, which I love, and asked if any of them ever played sports. If they did, they would understand the concept that the people who are actually doing the best job play more than those who do not.
Look, Coach Saban, legendary, and Rick, we've seen great coaches. Absolutely, for the environment he's in today, the best. I mean, you cannot even argue with it.
I think he's beaten better competition than the coaches he's compared to.
And it's but when he gets mad at the press meetings, there's nothing better. Gosh, I love it. I love it.
So anyway, so Deion Sanders, we want to. She's waiting on you. All right, so Deion Sanders, Deion Sanders is now coaching at Jackson State, and we've been following that. They're 2-1 right now.
Right.
So he gives a speech about practice. Is that what this is?
Yeah, he is. He's talking about practice and how to approach practice, and then how he approached it.
Okay. All right. So here's Coach Sanders.
We practice the practice right now. That's what's wrong with most of our athletes today. We don't practice to be great. We don't practice to be dominant. We practice to practice. What do you mean by that, Prime? I'm glad you asked. We practice counting the number of periods. We practice understanding how much time we got left. We practice just to get through practice. We cutting deals in practice. You go soft, I go soft. We don't practice to be dominant. When I ask you, what was your purpose of practice? You ain't got no answer for me. I'm going to ask you, what is your purpose of practice? I don't care if you practice at work. I don't care if you practice with your relationship. I don't care if you practice in any endeavor you choose to do. What is your purpose for practice?
Get better. I'm sorry.
I practiced to be the best ever. So every time I walked on that field, I had a purpose for my practice. True.
True.
All right. I want to be sure I'm not wrong. He's wearing a different logo on his shirt, and that's
that looked like Texas Tech
or like Tennessee.
I think him and who's the coach at Tennessee Tech now? He a former
Eddie George, and they.
I think they do some stuff together, and that's probably what that's about.
Okay.
Yeah, they recently played each other.
They did.
And Coach Prime, they won, and so they're 2-1, and they got Alcorn tomorrow. Oh no, Delta State tomorrow.
I wish they had that speech without the music in it because
it's
a
out
great
there.
Speech.
It's out
it
there.
was at one point. Somebody put it to music.
Yeah, somebody put it to music.
I kind of like the music to it.
Yeah. Well, and he makes a point, and I will tell you this now. I do take that approach to other things in my life now.
Yeah.
But when I was a player, I was just getting through practice.
No, we've all done that.
Yeah.
At some point. Hopefully, you had moments where you wanted to be better.
Yeah, which is not. I mean, that was the wrong attitude. Right. Because what I did, which is completely wrong, and there's no telling what kind of player I could have been. But I just went out there and said, I know that I've got some God-given talent, and I'm going to go nuts on game day. But out here, I just.
See, I was right the opposite. I didn't have I had to go do what he's talking about because I didn't have the talent. And so that was me because that's the only way I was going to get through it and be able to play the next level was doing what he's describing because my talent wasn't like most everybody else.
Well, and again,
I had to outwork you.
But it has to be that. But think about even if you've got some basic talent, how good could you be if you had the same attitude?
I know.
Oh yeah.
I know everybody needs to have that attitude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know in the Wilburn household, to your point, we have to outwork everybody. Yeah. So I tell my kids, you got to treat practice like games to be noticed. I mean, and now there's some that are just gifted phenoms that, let's just all be honest, they could kind of float through practice and still be in the starting lineup. But for a lot, they can't.
Well, yeah,
I couldn't do that.
And again, but let me even emphasize that. And you're right. Now, there's a few that I think are.
That doesn't mean I didn't take reps off and there was times where I didn't do it.
You have bad days and all that.
Sure.
But what I'm saying is there are some, and boy, they are a tiny percent. Yeah. They're a tiny percent. There are some that this concept really honestly doesn't apply to them. The Bo Jacksons, the Herschel Walters.
Correct.
Right.
But those are tiny. Mm-hmm. But that just because you have talent, you could elevate that to the level with work, and you it does matter. Right. And my deal, which was all, and I'm not saying mine was right, mine was all wrong. A lot of things about me during this time were wrong.
Right.
Okay, this is just one. This is just one of them. And I'm not talking about high school, but when I went into college, I went down a real dark road right there.
Yeah.
So this was the beginning of all that. But what I would do is I would hang around, get through reps, do this. But then if they said, now, right now, we're going to decide who wants to play and who's going to start, well, then I would rise up in that drill and go nuts. Mm-hmm. But did I walk onto the field and say, I'm going to take this time and work on and bang on my craft the whole time out here? No. But now when somebody said, let's go one-on-one and see who wants to play, well, then
Well, think about it. We just
then
got
it was
through,
different.
Rick. We just got
but
through
that's
watching,
not good enough.
Yeah.
We just got through watching that Mets documentary. Mm-hmm. Think about if those guys were actually beating on their craft and not doing the things that they were doing off the field.
Yeah.
Think about Tiger Woods. He is great anyway. Think about if he didn't have all that other stuff going on.
Yeah, right.
And so
that was my point.
Right.
Yeah, and it ended up eventually catching up with me because I was I started getting injury prone and stuff like that because I dodged workouts and just it was and what he's saying as I'm saying is absolutely right.
You're
most definitely.
Yeah.
And
good speech.
We've thrown a lot of stuff around.
It also applies to what you do for a living. And
that's kind of what he was saying too.
Phoning it in here is not the way to go either.
We mentioned the movie American Underdog. The release date on that is Christmas Day.
No, I didn't mention American Underdog.
What did I?
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, the Kurt Warner
is that what it's
movie.
called? Okay, I
Yeah.
didn't know that's what it was called.
Yeah. Oh boy, I
was really concerned about everybody at that moment.
Now they're out promoting it now, and the teasers are out, and they're really trying to get everybody's attention on it. But it's a release date of Christmas Day.
No wonder I couldn't find it. I was looking for the Kurt Warner movie,
and that's why I updated it because
it was out.
I didn't want people.
Well, I thought it. I mean, he's been out. I thought it was out.
Yeah. Well, you know why we think that? Because the Irwin Brothers sent us the trailer. We thought it must be out. Yeah. I thought the same thing. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. Thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. They're all here, and they're ready to go. Welcome back. Here's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubsy.
Rick, honored and privileged to be here, and thank all of you for being part of it.
Uh-oh. Look on the hotline. Look on the celebrity hotline. Looks like it's Gary Wayne. Everybody's favorite Chilton Countyan. Gary the Bulldozer Man, the Spur Master himself. Gary? Hey, Gary.
Hey.
Gary, buddy, you feeling any better?
Man, I tell you what, I think I am. It's day by day, but it's been pretty rough.
Gary, how long have you had it since you got diagnosed?
Well, I never did get went to the doctor, but I've had it. I believe it's my third week. So last week was pretty rough, but this week's getting better.
Gary, did you even think about maybe going to the doctor since it's this sickness is killing people?
You thought about it?
Yeah, I thought about it, but I mean, I ain't gonna give you that. So I just been taking my medicine and.
Your medicine?
Yeah, what medicine have you been taking, Gary? Oh no.
I've been taking that horse warmer.
Well, you've been.
Hey, let me tell you something. My horse warmer's the real deal.
Y'all.
That's what he said.
This is what they don't want us to promote.
Well, ivermectin is all he's talking about.
Right.
Now,
consult your.
Gary, I hope
he got his at the Tractor Supply, but that's fine.
I hope you're taking the right dose for a human and not destroying your liver.
Oh yeah, you can't go out there and just take it like you're a horse. But
Y'all.
yeah, I was taking probably maybe a CC in the morning, CC at night, but. I'd hate to know what kind of shape I'd have been in if I hadn't been taking it. I'll tell you that.
Well, Gary, maybe if you'd checked with a doctor, you might have got an infusion or something, and they're having good luck with those.
Well, my wife, she went down at whatever you call it, that molecule.
That what
whatever.
now? What kind of infusion? What is it?
That Mongolian infusion, or what it is.
It's not that.
It's not a Mongolian infusion.
No, it's not a Mongolian infusion. It's a monoclonal infusion.
Yeah, well, she was pretty sick there for a while. She got tested, but when you got all the symptoms and everything like that, you pretty well know what you got. So ain't no need of going to the doctor and let them tell you what you got.
Well, Gary,
but maybe you could have got the Mongolian infusion. It sounds like Glenn,
I haven't heard too many people having it for 3 weeks. So,
well, it's I don't know. I had it the first week over there bush hogging it, Rick, and cleaning up. I worked the whole week running a fake office.
That's good.
Yeah. And then I lost my.
You lost what, Gary? Your phone?
Is it affecting your phone?
Can I tell you what? If I can get my hands on that phone, I'm gonna hit it with a sledgehammer.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with it. You can't. You can't even have a phone now.
I mean, you can't even have one. But you said that you were feeling bad, but you continued to work in the beginning.
Oh yeah, I worked the whole week bush hogging and over at your place, and then you called. Griping didn't do something over there.
Well, Gary, I didn't know you were sick. I thought you were just phoning it in. I thought it was kind of a half effort in some of the areas.
I felt like I had something in the throat.
But I mean, if somebody didn't tell you they're sick and you get on the scene and you look at the list and you're like, well, these things weren't done. And you kind of say, well, look, I got down here today. Here's some things I noticed. Now, if he'd said, hey, I got the COVID, I'd go, okay, well, then don't worry about it. But, I mean, I didn't know because he didn't say. And I noticed when I talked to him on the phone, he sounded a little rough.
Well, that's why, you asked me on the phone, said, you sound pretty rough. Said, you might ought to go get checked out. Which, I talked to the doctor on, but she told me I had it. So,
Yeah, well, I mean, Gary, no offense, because you said you felt good enough because it was the early days of it. And a lot of times you feel okay in the first few days. I just don't understand how COVID keeps you from weed eating.
well, I know you bring that up.
I know you.
Rick. I mean, if you felt okay, I mean, if you're just killing time, I mean, go ahead and weed eat. It's good to keep your lungs going like that.
Yes.
You don't need to just lay around.
You better be glad I ain't up.
I mean,
I felt.
Yeah. And that tree was down. You can run a chainsaw, can't you?
I know. I've heard about that tree. You don't have to remind me every 3 months about that dead gum tree.
I'm not asking.
3 months. Good night.
3 months. 3 months. Man, you've had it longer than I thought.
No wonder he's getting on you.
I'm gonna tell you, there's some bad stuff now. I ain't making fun of it, planning on making fun of it. It's killed a lot of folks, but I tell you, that second week, buddy, it cut me down.
Well, I warned you about that. I said, don't get false confidence. That second week's the bad one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Well, I feel a lot better. I'm still a little stuffed up a little bit, but I got out and run the chainsaw yesterday.
Hey, could you run a chainsaw over and where that tree's down?
Good God.
Gary, I have to ask, you said you felt horrible that second week. What would it actually take for you to go to a doctor?
I don't really know. I don't like to go to them. The last time I went to check up, and I was laying there on the gurney or whatever, and that gum nurse said,
I don't know.
Steve, now don't get, just stay calm. Back.
I feel like I'm in the Tom Brady Gronk commercial.
We can't understand. We can't understand you, Gary. Do you have bars? What is it? Is the phone? Is it just not work when you talk into it?
Is it not charged?
Yeah. Is it because you have good service?
Yeah. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah. Try it again. The last time you went to the doctor, what happened?
Well, I was laying there, and they was going to, the doctor and nurse come in. She said, Steve, just relax. Said, everything's going to be all right. And I raised my head up, and I said, I'm Gary. He said, oh, I was talking to the doctor. So,
that's good.
But I just don't, I just don't like to go.
Well, you don't go. Well, look, you've gone to the co-op. You've looked at the right. You're somebody that's farmed. You've dealt with livestock. You know how to handle it. You did get sweet little Gwen. The infusion, which is good. She doing okay?
Yeah, she's got the voice. She don't like to get up about 9 o'clock. She's got to work today, so going back to work today.
So who had it first? Who gave it to who?
Well, I kind of got it first because I was getting fevers at night and coughing, and I think that was like on a Tuesday, and then Saturday night she started coughing a bit. Woke up with a fever Sunday, so.
Rick told me you must have got it from Al Rio. Is that right?
Nah, no, Al Rio staying away from me, son. He calls me about every day or so, and I want to, a lot of y'all don't know, but it means a good bit for people to call and check on the old Bob Walker down at Lebanon. He's been calling me every day.
Is he suggesting we hadn't
That's
checked
exactly
on
what he's
I
doing.
think so.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, Gary, I didn't realize you were this bad
Thank
off.
you, I didn't
I
either.
really did.
Yeah, well,
I mean, Gary, you got to let somebody know too.
yeah.
Well, you tell who you friend.
Well, Gary, I'd have never known about it if I hadn't sent you a list of things that need to be done.
Gary, I had it back in December. I don't remember you reaching out to me.
Oh,
Who, Mr. Big Hearted Gary?
Well, you know how it is.
Well, Gary, it sounds like you're back, but you're back 100% today, right?
No, I wouldn't say 100 now. I'd say probably 85.
Are you up to weed eating and cutting trees?
Hey, just shut up.
I am glad he had bad connection.
I am too. Thank you, Gary. Glad you better, buddy.
I'll see you.
He's still going.
Right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
It's 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number.
I can't start another day without him, brother.
So as we make our way back, Speedy, we get an update. You were gone. I know you gave an update in the kickoff hour. That's been a while. So some maybe people listening now that didn't hear that update on your dad. You had to stay with him a couple of days with some medical stuff. Give the audience an update on what's going on.
I don't know what it is about our parents in that generation. They won't tell you how they feel.
Sure.
And everything's fine and good when you talk to them. And
Sure.
I'm fine.
I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Everything's great.
I'm good.
But you start to, when you talk to them every day, and I try to call and talk to them every day, you start to hear their voice. It sounds a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed his was getting a little weaker and weaker, and I was like, And he finally said, yeah, I hadn't been feeling well, and that kind of alarms you. Anytime, your parents are out of town and you can only get there so much, you're talking to them and trying to keep up with them. And I was like, well, what's going on? And he started running the list, and so he called his primary doctor, and they're doing these video calls now, because if appointments are booked, sometimes a doctor can run over and have a really quick 5-minute video call and then go back to more patients. And so when the doctor last week spoke with him, he was concerned and said that he needed a chest x-ray and some blood work drawn. And so he went and did that, and the chest x-ray came back where his lungs seemed fine and shouldn't be causing the symptoms that he was experiencing, but that his blood count was extremely low, and that and he needed to get with a hematologist to try to figure that out and try to examine his blood count and all this kind of stuff. But the immediate concern was to get to a cardiologist immediately and have them examine you. So that was set for, what's today, Wednesday morning. So that's when you guys were gracious enough to, hey, go get it done, whatever you got to do. So I head out early, listened to the kickoff hour on the way there. They got me about there, and hey, the Rocket City is a busy one, and the river was just, I'm talking about pushing the show. They do a great job running it. So it got me there, and we get in the car, and we're headed out, and got to see Dr. Christopher Roth and his great staff, and they start doing EKGs and got us an ultrasound and all this kind of stuff. Well, the more they started looking at it, they're like, hey, you need a transfusion. And I'm talking about like today.
Wow.
So it went from doctor to blood count is below 7, and that's when we start recommending transfusions and all this kind of stuff. We got to get you over to a hematologist and Dr. Rosa there close to it. And in Huntsville, you got the Blackwell Medical Tower, and it's in between the Women's Center and the Huntsville Hospital. It's all connected, and you got towers, and you're going in and out and all this kind of stuff. So the problem is we didn't have an appointment with the hematologist, and it was recommended that we try to get back with a primary care doctor and then try to see if they can't get us in. And just by the grace of God, you talking about just God opening up doors. I just walked in the office, and I found the head nurse, Angelina, and I said, Angelina, I'm in a bind. I need your help. Here's the situation. The primary sent over his blood work numbers. They're really bad, and he's here, and I can't kick this to tomorrow. What can we do? Well, before I knew it, the Dr. Rosa says, well, I'll see him during a lunch deal. I'll just work through lunch, and I'm going to send you up to outpatient medical, which is on another floor, and we're going to start the process of cross-checking and making sure we got the blood type, and that takes a couple hours. Before I knew it, we're sitting down getting a transfusion Wednesday afternoon.
That's great.
And the staff at outpatient medical, now everywhere I'm going in and out of, and I'm not lying, show's on. And they're like, we can listen to whatever we want to, and y'all help us get through the days and everything.
Well, we appreciate that.
And now I know why people only get half of what we're saying, and they confuse things because people are in and out all the time.
Yeah, getting after it.
And Brandy, Stacy, Paige, Mary, Donna, everybody with outpatient medical. We haven't had Brandy sit down. She said, I'm gonna tell you what, I'll work late. We're getting this unit in today. And this was Wednesday. And I'm like, wow.
Isn't that great?
Well, because it was his first transfusion and all this kind of stuff, they wanted to do transfusion and then LASIK afterwards, and then give it a day's rest and then come back the next day. That's why my 1 day turned into 2, just making sure he's okay. And so we went back yesterday morning and had the second one, and now the cardiologist and the hematologist are trying to find out, all right, why did this happen? What's the situation? And they're working in concert to try to get a plan, but he looked like a new man. When I got there Wednesday morning, I went, whoa, this isn't good. Whoa. And because he is blind and he can't see, it's tough for him to know the questions the doctors are asking him about his bathroom visits and everything else. So he didn't know, I don't know. But I was able to do something that he's probably going to realize, and he did during the kickoff hour if he listened. My parents were adamant, you're not paying for anything. And now you probably think, Speedy,
they didn't want to waste energy on it.
and
he said, okay.
But because he couldn't see, and my mom coming through, she's a cancer survivor, praise God, and the chemo and the radiation or whatever, trying to keep her out of hospitals when I can.
Right.
So that's why I went up and said, let me take him, you stay at home, get away from all that. But, hey, you're not buying anything, and now we're going to have to drive their car. Okay, so we're getting in their car. Well, you're not going to buy anything, but every time he would give me his debit card, he couldn't see how I was paying, and I would just, thanks, Dad, and I would pay and then hand it back to him. So he thought he paid all day.
I think we'd have to have some security footage of that.
Yeah, no.
But some independent confirmation.
Yeah, but because his blood pressure started dropping throughout the day when they were trying to do these this blood work and all these transfusions and stuff, he was losing his veins as far as being able to just be prominent. But I want to thank Mary. They called her the IV hero. Mm-hmm. If there's ever trouble, they scream for Mary.
Oh, yeah.
And she can
you always have a ringer.
Yeah, she can find them. But and Dad not missing an opportunity, even though he could barely talk. He sold about 5 copies of Larry the Leaf.
Well done.
And so
that's a marketer right there.
He's going to go back. Doctor prescribed him some LASIK for the next few days. Then he's going to get an iron infusion next Wednesday, and he's going to get 2 of those. And they're really trying to figure out how this happened and get to the bottom of it. But we got the best on the case, and man, all the texts and the tweets and the emails, and people they knew something was going on, and I just really appreciate it, and so does he. And everybody looks forward to his verse of the day, and on if you follow him on Twitter, and everybody was like, "Oh, I knew he wasn't doing that much," and he had pulled back. Something was going on, but so far, things are going well, and good enough for me to actually come back. I was going to stay another day, but right now we're doing good. But hey, you talking about some doors opening up?
Oh, yeah.
That shouldn't have.
Yeah,
it was a God thing yesterday. I'm being straight up.
Amen.
I mean, I can't believe we're here right now.
We'll take your phone calls when we come back at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG, your phone calls. First one of the day. We'll find out what is on your mind today as you ask questions, make comments, bring information to the table. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program is over. We'll move to the next caller. I do want to point you to Gabby.com/Bubba. Are you paying too much for insurance? It's possible that you are, and as a matter of fact, it could be likely that you are, because if you put about as much effort into it as I have, you could be overpaying. Prices on just about everything are rising. So why don't you look right now and just go to Gabby, Gabi.com. That stands for Get a Better Insurance. Gabby.com/Bubba. And they make shopping for insurance really simple. It's free to use, doesn't cost you anything. They'll pull up 40 other insurance companies, and the big ones are there: Progressive, Nationwide, Travelers, and many others. They'll pull those up, and then you look at what you're paying for your automobile insurance. You look at what you're paying for your homeowner's insurance, and then you look over there to see if they have a deal that is good enough for you to switch. And then you just know, and it doesn't cost you anything to do it. Average savings from the Rick and Bubba audience, $80 a month. So make the move now to Gabi.com, Gabby.com, or look for the link there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Scott, is that Amy? Amy's out of Tennessee. Amy, 30 seconds on the program, unless you get a timeout for Hems or Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Whoa, it's so weird. I'm so excited to talk to you guys. We've been listening for like 19 years.
Thank you.
My ex-boyfriend actually brought me in the loop, and then I brought my future husband in the loop, so kind of weird way to spread
Look,
everything there,
we'll take you however we
We
can get
can.
you.
I bet you probably hung on to that ex-boyfriend longer than you should have because he introduced you to the show.
No, but I did hang on to his best of CDs.
Best of that's funny.
I'm giving her time out already.
All right, so go ahead.
awesome.
Go ahead, Amy. What's on your mind?
Okay, well, and first of all, shout out to Speedy. Praying for your dad. My mom experienced something like that. I don't know if you've ever heard of hemolytic anemia, but just when I was listening, I wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you.
And I have nervous voice. I'm so sorry, but
It's okay.
I just wanted to kind of comment on the audit because I'm probably more in Speedy's camp. Shout out again, Speedy. But I'm not in the camp of think that Trump is going to be reinstated or anything like that. I think there's definitely spectrums on our side of things, if that makes sense.
There's what? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
Spectrums.
What's that?
Spectrums. I'm sorry.
What is she saying?
I'm so nervous.
Are you saying spectrum?
Are you saying spectrum or sections?
Sections?
Spectrum.
Spectrum.
Yeah,
spectrum.
Go with it.
I'm at the point, no matter how many times you say it, we can't understand.
Well,
So
whatever word you're using, what does that mean exactly in this?
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe it's Tennessee or my phone. I don't know. But the liberals seem to be able to be in lockstep regardless of what's going on.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't want to be one.
Yes. And then on our side, there seems to be so many different thoughts and feelings about everything.
You talk about people
hard
the people who have their own opinions and actually will not be pulled into some tribe, but actually think for themselves. Yeah.
Yes. And I guess for me, one of the things that I'm kind of been confused about with the audit, with the vaccine, with all of that, and I know this is maybe kind of random, but I feel like a lot of believers are trusting media sources, that are totally anti-God, push abortion, push the homosexual agenda, we just found out that everything about Hunter Biden's laptop really was true from the mainstream media finally, but at the time it was pushed away a lot about. And I feel like with some of these things, we're put in categories where we are willing to trust the mainstream media, where we wouldn't on anything else, if that makes sense.
So what are you saying that we trust the media that has lied to us on everything on what topic? The audit?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, and I don't even know that you guys said that. I wanted to just call in and instead of assuming something, actually have a conversation, if that makes sense.
Well, looking at what you're saying, so I've got the dailymail.com in front of me, okay? So over here, it says that AOC burst into tears, and and they're saying that she is being accused, and her and Rashida Tlaib are being accused of anti-Semitism, even by fellow Democrats. So we would go, yeah, man, yeah, all right. Well, that exact same media source says that Biden wins Arizona and picked up 360 extra votes in a $6 million audit. So it's the same news source, and they're both saying, I mean, are you saying that one of them is more godly than the other one? I'm just confused by that.
No, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm not even saying that he didn't win Arizona. That's something that's very heartbreaking to me, just where our country is. And I think the Daily Mail actually gets a lot of things right.
But I wouldn't call them godly. I don't know that they're God-fearing.
Yeah, well, it's the British. The British actually own it. It's the American version of a magazine. There, I think I like it because sometimes they're not as politically correct as our media.
That's what I mean.
Now they spell their words funny sometimes, like program.
Yeah,
but
I don't know. I don't know very many people on the right that are not aware that there is bias in some of the mainstream media, so they just go to other sources to find their sources. But really, you have to be careful because
you got to meter everything.
We're kind of to the point where the news has become politicized as well, and I go to one news source who's going to see the world the way I want to see it, and then I go to another news source that sees the world the way that somebody else wants to see it. Trying to find a place where somebody just says, "Look, here's the facts. Do with it what you want." They're starting to
to at least experiment with that. But some people, I think, are trying to provide that now.
Yeah.
But you kind of got to do a lot of research for yourself, and
Amy, on this,
and use common sense. That's always a good one.
On this audit, it's not the media doing the research. They're the ones not doing the count. They're only publicizing what the initial report said, which was done by Republicans, hired by Republicans. Yeah. So, and I know there's diversity in that too. Not every Republican is in lockstep with Trump, but the majority are, and at least on the policies. And it's just, I mean, here's the bottom line: as bad as we hate to admit it, okay, it is possible. We cannot rule out.
I'd go likely.
Rick, I'm gonna say that's Rick.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba. Yeah. I'm gonna say it's possible Joe Biden won a close election.
Yeah.
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 And it's possible that Joe Biden won a close election. And then you go, well, why was it even close? They were, and this is not earth-shattering news. If you look at the numbers, you look at the surveys. Put them out there like a buffet and go through them and look at it. And there are a lot of people who would consider themselves conservative. They would consider themselves Republican. They would consider themselves patriots. They would agree with you probably on 99 or I'll say 90% of the things you agree on, but they didn't like Trump's style. And remember, a lot of people voted early. A lot of people voted after the first presidential debate. Yep. It was the worst performance for Trump of all of them. And we know after the second debate, the most searched thing on Google was, how do I change my vote? But you couldn't. It was too late.
Right.
So it's possible that what we call, and you have to kind of beat it down into a stereotype, suburban soccer moms didn't like Trump and perceived him as a bully, even though they liked what he did. They didn't like the way he did it, and they didn't go out and vote for him. That is just a possibility that looks like what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's telling, too, that people aren't informed enough that they let one debate. They didn't know the issues enough that they voted after a debate and made their decision there. Does that make sense? Like, that's telling of where our society is.
Yeah, there's no preface that you be informed to vote. You just get to vote however you want to. So do people make the wrong decision voting? Well, I think they do sometimes, clearly.
Yeah.
Are they not informed as much as they should be? Well, yeah, I think so. But we're just bringing you the news on this report. So that's because we'd heard a lot of anticipation about it, but I don't think it's going to turn out the way some people wanted it to.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll continue with more of your phone calls when we come back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number.
Can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and
There we do this.
Oh, there is no
There we do this.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waking
Conspiracy
on the
Eric
Bubba.
is on the phone. Do we do
Oh,
this? Do we do this?
Give us the theme
Do we
music.
do
Rick.
this? Do we do this? Conspiracy Eric.
We don't hear from him much, Rick, but when we do, it's good stuff.
Conspiracy Eric is on the phone. Hello, Conspiracy Eric. How are you doing?
Pretty good. How y'all doing today?
Good, buddy. I know you're from parts unknown.
Yep.
So what topic are you weighing in on today, Conspiracy Eric?
Well, I was listening to that lady in Tennessee talking about the divisionalism and the sheeple aspects of the population and how they buy into the mainstream media over anybody else's words, such as like mine, for instance. Whenever I come out 15 years ago talking about stuff, people just now believe it because mainstream finally talked about it. And it doesn't matter what's on mainstream; they want to believe it whether it's right or wrong.
Yeah, sooner or later.
Mainstream.
Yeah, well, y'all must run in different crowds than I do. Nobody I know believes the mainstream media.
Yeah, I don't know one person.
Nobody.
No.
And I
Now.
realize that I run into a group of people that have like views of me. We all tend to drift to places where we don't all agree on everything, but you don't really want to spend a lot of time with somebody that opposes you at every turn. You got to spend your whole relationship arguing.
Yeah.
So I don't know anybody that believes the mainstream media. Not one person.
Well, everybody believes it, and they don't believe it because we're all divided. It's the divisionalism that, Anonymous, we've been trying to destroy. Unite everybody as one and quit with the dividing. And that's what's the problem with the...
Where were y'all during the Civil War? Y'all were really needed during the Civil War.
Man, we didn't start breaking out until the millennium.
Right. But I love how everybody says we've just never been this divided. That Civil War was pretty divisive.
Yeah.
I hadn't shot somebody from Michigan across the creek yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's been a lot as divided as this before.
It's the sheer fact that we're all different is what makes us the same.
Right.
And that's the only thing that makes us the same, and we need to agree with that and just celebrate it. It's like science recently proved that facts don't exist because of the different perspectives from the observer. As one person sees one thing, another person sees the opposing.
Wait a minute. Did you just say that science has proven that facts don't exist? I want to be sure I have that right.
He's exactly
I'm dead serious, man. I can't make this stuff up. I mean,
apparently,
sounds like you tried.
Apparently, you can.
No. The truth is stranger than fiction.
Okay.
Always.
All right. Well, how about let's think of what you're saying, though, Eric. If facts don't exist, are you sure you're factually right about that?
No, so that brought me to.
You got to answer that question, please, for the love of all that's good and kind. Answer that question. You just said that we've proven that facts don't exist. Is that in and of itself a fact?
Well, according to that science, nothing I've ever said will have been correct.
Not even the fact that you're saying we don't have facts. That's not even factually right. So now we may have facts. Does everybody see where I'm going?
Yes,
here?
I do.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
You're in the old corner there.
Okay. I'm saying all this while dinosaurs run around outside the studio.
Yes, they do.
Just know that.
So Eric was. Let's get to the big topic here because I know you've got the inside word. Was the election stolen or not?
The elections are always stolen. That's why I don't understand why everybody keeps on asking. Like, is somebody going? Everybody's going to lie and everybody's going to cheat in the elections every year. It's all predetermined by design. The Democrats and Republicans are both owned by the same group of people, and they do this fantasy dance of participation for LARPing, live action role play, where everybody gets to participate in it. They get to weigh in their decision. Oh, I want the red or I want the blue. And according to the electoral college, that's actually what sways the vote. So everybody already knows it's a deep setup already, and yet they still participate in it, and then they fight each other because one side lost, one side won. Is that divisionalism? If everybody would drop that divisionalism, quit with the party sides, and just unite, maybe we can finally get things changed.
Wait a minute, hold on. You just now told us to unite in individualism. How do you get individual?
Rick, he said we're all different. That's why we're alike.
Okay. Yeah.
Exactly.
And there are no facts, and that's a fact.
We all want to do what's right, and none of us want to do what's wrong.
I don't think that's true.
I
believe,
think most of us want to.
I believe I've met people that have no desire to do what's right. I mean none.
Or maybe that's when we need to be pulled.
What did you say?
Well, I have no idea.
What'd you say, Eric? I'm sorry. I know it's hard to have a good say on the bunker. What did you say?
Maybe sometimes those weeds just need to get pulled. If we just shun them and ignore those individuals and don't give them credibility of their thoughts and actions.
Well, you know where the problem comes here, Eric, and here I go to facts again. We got to actually come up with some definition of what's right.
He just said support individualism.
Because of individualism, this is kind of the world of whatever I say is right, and truth is relative.
Well,
so
whatever you say is right to you, but nobody has the authority to put their opinion and their view and perspective on somebody else's life.
But what if you say if you
push it down my throat?
But if I'm going to do right, we got to figure out what the definition of right actually is.
Seems to be pretty broad these days.
Well, we don't steal, we don't kill. I mean, we got.
Who said that? Who said that? I mean, I have a biblical worldview, so I agree with you. But who says that? If you don't have a biblical worldview, then who told you? Why not? Why not just take whatever I want if I can?
Well, just because something's in religion doesn't mean it needs to be excluded from reality. There's good parts of every aspect.
But
of
would you go as far that there's something innate in me that tells me to steal something that's not mine? There's something innate that says that's not right, and everybody kind of says, "Yeah, that doesn't seem right." Where do you think that came from?
Selfishness, greed, people acknowledging somebody else being allowed to do that, having the authority to do that. If we shun it out and we don't acknowledge it, and more certainly if we don't speak about things, if we just ignore some things and don't speak about them, then that neuron's not developed in the brain to keep that memory and to keep that thought alive. To keep going back to that as your argumentative point.
Wow.
You need to pass the past and move forward as one. I don't know what's hard.
I think I just passed myself in the hall.
Yeah.
Eric, I don't even know what to say to you today other than it's a bunch of psychobabble, general thoughts that have no real detail.
But, Rick, you got to remember we're all different. That's why we're alike.
And there are no facts, and that's a fact.
Yes.
Right. Check it out. Right. Search it up.
And we all need to do good, but you can define good of whatever you want it to be.
I guess.
Yeah, you know what you've just done. You know what you've done,
Eric. You're always a pleasure.
I want to thank you for defining the word chaos for me today. Thank you, Eric.
Eric, be careful in the bunker.
And Eric,
always good to hear from Conspiracy Eric.
And Eric, yes, they are watching you.
Yes, they are.
There's no doubt about that.
Oh, watching us.
You know what's so sad about that is Eric, if he got a TED talk, and there's some good ones, don't misunderstand.
Sure.
But he could get up and give the speech of what he just gave. Now, keep in mind, there's no solid foundation to any of that, and there'd be people by the tens of thousands commenting on the video. Man, this is awesome.
Would get a standing O.
Hey, this is one of the greatest speeches I've ever heard.
What do they limit?
Have you ever went to some of the people now, modern day, when they say it was a great speech? Have you ever listened? These people usually aren't saying anything.
Yeah.
They thought a few catchphrases that you go in.
I was on the TED Talks years ago when they first came out, and then they got kind of weird, and I got away from them. But do they limit how long you can talk on those? Is it like a 20-minute deal or something?
In my mind, I think that's right, but I have no facts of that. Of course, there are no facts.
Right.
But and that's.
But if you say there's no facts, I'm afraid that's a fact.
It can't. A TED Talk can't be longer than 18 minutes.
Yeah, I knew there was something like
19's
that.
19's too long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know where that came from, the study of the classroom. Do you know that story? I'll tell you. I saw a TED Talk on it, how they came up with that.
How about that?
I knew it was somewhere right around 20 minutes.
And it was on the TED Talk, so it must be right.
That's right.
Top of the hour. If you're having a weekend and you're leaving us now, enjoy it. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we make our way back. And we will chat with you some more this hour, bring up some topics that we haven't covered. And then Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler are all here. And join me in welcoming back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being a part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Couple things to touch on, and Bubba, and this is sad, but at the same time, it can be a celebration.
Yep.
You and I both received an email from Jessica Thornberry, and you know what? She sent with this email a bunch of pictures from Rick and Bubba history.
Yeah, how about that?
There's pictures here.
I remember some of them, not all of them.
Yeah, look at some of these pictures, and you see there in the picture with us, and then some with her husband. You see the little girl, I guess, that sent us the email. She's now a grown woman, Jessica. Yep. You see her with Mickey Dean, who's passed on too. So the woman that you see in these pictures that has the dark hair is Joni Thornberry, and Joni today would have been Joni's birthday. It is her birthday, but she unfortunately passed away. Was a huge fan, and I know we all do. If you have people that you love that have gone on before you, there's these markers that show up.
Yeah.
That can be hard days, and so this is her mother's birthday, and Joni, who was a huge fan of the show, had some complications with diabetes in January, and went on to be with the Lord. So this is this marker. Hey, today's the day they'd be celebrating the birthday and all that. So her daughter asked if we could just remember her mom today and say happy birthday, and we certainly are doing that now. And Jessica, thanks for the email and the great memories of you and your mom and your family coming to see us a lot over the years. And,
that's right. We appreciate these pictures because those, your mom gave a lot to us, and we appreciate it.
Well, and so that's a birthday that today is going to have some sadness, but also a lot of great memories. So thank you, Jessica, for that. And we have another birthday that we have to acknowledge because this is a celebration for somebody that we're still enjoying the company. And that is today. It'll actually be tomorrow, right?
Yeah, it's tomorrow. It's kind of like paycheck. If it's on Saturday, you mention it on Friday. If it's on Sunday, you mention it on Monday.
So tomorrow, your wife's birthday, Lisa Burgess.
That's right. 25th.
The 25th of September. And this is her song.
Yeah, she likes this.
Does she change it to 25th when she sings it?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Oh God! Look, Adler.
Look up.
Oh no!
Look at the pic.
Look at my meathead in that picture.
Look at y'all dancing. I'm dancing with my lady.
Is that one of them weddings?
Yeah, it's one of the weddings.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Lisa Burgess.
Yeah, she's. I think
Happy
she's
birthday,
like.
Lisa.
She's like 30-something. I think.
Oh yeah.
You know how women are. You get
29 and holding.
That's right.
She's younger than me. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but Greg says, if you notice, so are a lot of people now.
Yeah, they are. They are. But happy birthday, Lisa. To
happy
my,
birthday,
my
Lisa.
lovely wife.
Sing it. Sing it. Go.
Rick, we're going to start the celebration today by going and painting the house.
Oh,
there
my
you
goodness.
I didn't know what you was about to say.
Yeah. So what?
Well,
the weather's beautiful.
People have
if you're going to do that, if you're going to paint a house, days.
People have all kinds of phrases for spending quality time.
Well, no, Rick, we're actually really painting a house.
Hey, how do you want to paint the house today?
Want to clean the closet
Trust
out?
me, we're painting the house.
Hello, Adler.
Today is my mom's birthday.
Here we go.
Well, this is birthday things.
We
Just
just
out
got
of
birthdays
hand.
going down, getting out of hand.
And my nephew's birthday. So happy birthday, Linda Adler. Happy birthday, Charlie Adler. And while I'm at it, Rachel Hunt, happy birthday as well.
There you go. You got a lot of birthdays.
Adler,
around
let
this
me
time.
ask you this. Your mom, who is a very, very gifted singer, would it be the opposite for a gifted singer that on her birthday it would be the opposite? She doesn't want anyone to sing or ask her to sing. Is that almost a gift to the gifted singers of the world?
No, we sing hard. We sing the happy birthday
really?
song real hard at the Adler house. It's probably 2 minutes long.
Right.
There's no need for that. That's
No,
just
that's a long song.
egregious.
Right.
That's just aggressive.
But y'all sing it like with 5-part harmony.
And we do the harmony. Yeah, you drag
Tone
it out.
Rangers.
Happy birthday.
Everybody has their part.
To
Everybody goes up.
Yeah.
Who
so-
takes the highest?
Michael on the kick drum.
On the kick drum. Come.
On the kick drum.
You
Boom
kind of
chick.
got to feel it
Boom
out.
chick.
We kind of improv. It's
Wait a
real
minute, it's reckless?
improvisational. It's
Everybody
real.
finds their
we,
spot.
We all
they
know.
find the lane
it's like
and
a-
get in it.
You know where you are.
It's
Can
like
you
a
please-
basketball team. We're like a basketball team working together
Will you
without having to
video
call
that?
the
Yeah,
plays.
thank you. That's exactly what I was going to say. Please video the next one.
Not fancy. Just throw the iPhone up.
And you don't
Okay.
have to share it on social media. Just bring it in for us.
But we'd like for you to.
Okay.
Yeah,
right,
now, if you want the world to see it, absolutely.
We would like for that to be. The problem is, I need to be careful because I don't want to start ribbing in the family. But I'm guessing if we assign the video shooting to someone, it would be.
I'll hold it. I'll just hold it while we all sing.
Eric,
Yeah,
I know
we're
where
all
you're going.
sing. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Does he get to sing?
He does. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The
Okay.
whole family of Adlers can sing good.
Well, there's one that didn't quite get when it was handed out. He didn't get it.
No, he's got it. He
He's
just
got
doesn't
it.
use it.
Okay,
He doesn't
he's
flaunt
not
it.
interested in it.
He doesn't
It's there.
flaunt it.
He
Yeah.
decided not to make a big deal of it.
Yes.
like the
yes.
rest of you.
In fact, we had a big birthday celebration.
show off.
Right, the rest of us. Yes, exactly.
Right.
We had a big birthday celebration last night at my house with the 3 birthdays celebrated. And this was the first time I really saw Ruby witness a birthday song being sang where she's kind of like aware of what's going on. And she's like, she could kind of maybe join in a little bit.
Yeah.
And she was just looking around like, this is awesome. We
This
got
is
candles,
awesome.
we got fire, we have cake.
A lot of people
What is
singing.
happening?
Hey,
This is amazing.
Have y'all noticed? Can she carry a tune?
I was going to ask the next thing.
She's working on it. She's getting there. Last night, Lily and Charlie, they just started chanting.
That's your niece and nephew.
Niece and nephew. They started chanting presents. So they go, presents, presents. And then out of nowhere, just this 1-year-old comes into the room. She just goes, dee, 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 dee. Not saying presents, but
she's
trying.
in.
Yes.
She had the rhythm, though.
She
had the
did.
rhythm.
Yes, she's
Had
got
the
the
meter.
rhythm.
Good voice.
Yes.
Yeah, she's in.
Yes, she's got the rhythm. She's got the meter. Y'all, she bops to the beat, 2 songs.
Of course she does.
It's amazing.
Boom cha.
Wheels on the bus.
Boom.
She even nails the boom, not the chick. No offense, Bubba.
Yeah,
I mean,
boom,
not
boom.
everybody has it.
Boom, chick, boom.
Yes, yes.
I'm a chick boom.
Baby shark to you guys.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
there
how
you
about
go.
that one?
Yeah, my
Hey,
goodness.
That won't get in your head at all.
Wheels on the bus.
Hey,
By the
they'll
way,
go
can
round
we,
and round.
Can we talk about the Wheels on the Bus song?
They go round and round.
That go round and round. I don't know if you guys. I don't know if this
been a
is
while.
every version.
been a while.
I don't know if this is every version that I've heard, but in the version that we hear all the time and play, the wheels on the bus go round and round.
Oh,
the
yes.
wipers on the bus go
yes.
swish, swish, swish. The mommies.
I never get that far.
The wipers go swish, swish, swish.
I forgot about the mommies on the bus.
The mommies on the bus say shh, 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 like
Yeah.
be quiet.
Shut up.
While the daddy on the bus says I love you. At least in the version of the song
many
that we
verses
have.
have you got?
I never
I
had the
didn't know it
daddies.
was
The
daddies got
daddies
to
on
say,
the bus
didn't know
go, I love you.
I never heard that one.
Why is the dad so loving, whereas the mother saying be quiet? I think the writer of this song must have like daddy issues of some kind because it's just weird to me.
They actually wrote in what they wish their dad had
They
said.
wish their dad said I love you.
my gosh,
They
I've never
wanted
heard
him
that
to
song.
love you so bad.
I think I just
never
repeat the
read the
first
same.
verse.
Why did he wait till the 5th verse to say it?
Right. I don't think we ever got that far. I don't remember Daddy ever getting to say anything, which was more like our house.
I just don't. It was such a stark contrast between what mommy gets to say and what daddy gets to say. I love you. Why is it? Yeah. Okay. So I don't know. I just thought that
Are
was
you the
interesting.
only one? I love when like your kid is the age of Ruby and they do the shh shh shh. There's something that's just precious about
It's
that.
just
Yeah.
it's just
And
everything she does.
Oh, she's at that mode now where there's going to be things coming out. You're going to get new stuff. A lot of new stuff coming. When they first arrived, not a lot of new stuff.
Right.
You're at the age now. It is new stuff. Like bam, bam. It's fast as you can go.
It's new words every day. It's new tricks every day. It's new. She realizes new things. Like I saw her mom's keys just on a counter, and I put them up on a hook. When Aaron comes into the room, Ruby then brings Aaron over to the keys and says, "Hey, look, there are your keys. We put your keys up there."
How about that?
You're just like, whoa, this kid knows about logic and
New stuff.
belongings
Yeah.
and possessions and what keys do and all kinds of stuff. It's
And
amazing.
you know what enters into every parent's mind? Wow, this kid's probably a genius.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, she can throw, too.
Oh, yeah.
Nolan Ryan, who?
That's right. Tell you what, that's a pretty good throw of Mama's keys.
If she's got my genetics, she's probably going to be a professional athlete of some kind.
That's right.
If I had to guess.
Have y'all done baby version of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu yet?
All the time, every day. Oh, my gosh.
Do you teach her little moves?
I wrestled that kid. We wrestled for like an hour a day. And she has gotten to where she's like, all right, you're being a real, I'm 1.5. You're being a little rough on me. I'm a girl and I'm 1.5. Let me win sometimes.
We'll be back.
To fix your uneven, crooked teeth, you need an orthodontist. And Candid, the invisible, comfortable, and removable aligners, only works with orthodontists.
the gravy, please.
It's 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us on the program today. If you want to get in right now, we'll chat with you at 866 We Be Big. And you can be part of the program here. We'll go with Bradley out of Alabama. Bradley, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, buddy?
Hello?
Hey, Bradley, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say something about COVID. So the second wave that comes through, like when you start feeling better,
yeah,
and all of a sudden it hits you again.
Yeah, we've been.
It's almost like a two half game, like a football game. It's almost like two different diseases, two different stages.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a lot of research, and that trend has been there. That's why they're warning people not to assume in the beginning, like to say, well, it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to lay around. I think I'll be good. It's probably just going to be a cold. Go ahead and be aggressive right out of the gate. Be aggressive by getting the infusion if you can. Be aggressive, with some of the antivirals. Be aggressive with some of the vitamins and supplements. Don't lay around because that second half, you usually do much better. Of course, you certainly do better with the second half if you're fully vaccinated as opposed to you don't. And I know there's exceptions to that, but in most cases. So, the second half has been something that is starting to be pretty well defined, that's what you got to look out for. And in the first wave, we sort of thought that, but it wasn't as severe. But with this Delta variant, it seems to be really, really prominent. And we do have an update from the former head of the FDA. I can't figure out how to pronounce this guy's name. We've had him in the news a couple times.
Which one is it?
Gottlieb, is that how you say it?
Yep.
Gottlieb. Former FDA commissioner, and he is going to, because we're going to report bad news and we're going to report good news. But he's talking about how he thinks that if we, and signs are showing in a lot of places that we are moving, and it's slow, and there's still going to be, unfortunately, more deaths along the way, apparently. But he's saying that he thinks, and from what they're seeing, that the Delta wave may be the last major wave of infection. We hope and pray that's true.
Yeah, boy,
we don't know, but here's his comments. Here they are.
What does winter look like? What do you think winter looks like here in the U.S.?
Yeah, I think this Delta wave may be the last major wave of infection, assuming nothing unexpected happens. We don't get a variant that pierces the immunity offered by prior infection by vaccination. So assuming that doesn't happen, and I think it's unlikely, this will be the last major wave of infection. This becomes a more persistent endemic risk. So you continue to have coronavirus spread, but not at the same rates we're seeing right now. And it settles into a pattern, more of a seasonal pattern, and basically becomes a second flu, probably more pathogenic than the flu, but something on par with the flu.
So that's kind of what we're starting to hear more and more. And if you notice, they're starting to go ahead and say, and this is not I guess now you have to always tell everybody, this is not a normal, right wing. This is your straight up news that, you have to do all that now. So nobody thinks it's a right wing conspiracy. Is that they're saying, look, this is a process that we've got to go through, but it appears, and we're certainly hopeful, that when we're going to get to the point that this just becomes another flu that comes around. Might be have a little more, maybe a little more contagious than the flu, but eventually we get down to it's another thing that comes around seasonally, but it's not something that is wiping out people by the hundreds of thousands. It's more of the tens of thousands. So
so what do we lose from the flu every year?
35 to 60,000.
Yeah.
60,000 on the high end, 35,000 on the low end.
Just in round figure numbers, it's slightly less than what we used to look at car deaths on the highway.
Car deaths
every
are
year, about
usually
50 average.
50.
It's been below that the past few years,
which is good
because there wasn't as many people driving.
Correct.
So yeah, that's a workable number. If you're in that number, it's bad, but we certainly hope we can always drive it down.
Yeah,
further.
well, if you're in the heart disease category, that's bad. If you're if cancer gets you, that's bad.
Yeah,
it's all bad.
You're going either way.
Right.
We may have asked this on the show, and I had inquired about it. I don't remember what we ever came up with it. Have we have we tried to use Tamiflu on this at all? Didn't we talk about that the other day?
Not that I've
right
heard.
before nose hair.
Yeah, but I don't recall. I don't think it has been used. I don't know. Would that be an antiviral?
Well, it is. It is an
Yeah,
antiviral.
but no,
and you know, flu is a seasonal coronavirus. I mean, it's from
Yeah.
the same family.
Yeah.
So
To Eddie in Alabama. Eddie, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are y'all doing today?
Fantastic.
I just want to call in. You know, we have been dealing with craziness for the past few years. And
with what?
Craziness.
We've been dealing with craziness for the past few years.
Well, probably a little more
Thousands
than-
of years.
Yeah,
But go ahead.
But go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, we know what you mean.
Go look at the days of Noah. Pretty wacky.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
But Ephesians 6:12 tells us, "For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, or against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers of the present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in heavenly places." Y'all excuse me. I'm recovering from COVID. I spent 12 days in the hospital, came out for 4 days, had to go back in for 4 more days with pulmonary embolisms in both lungs and deep vein thrombosis in both legs.
Wow.
I'm still on 4 liters a minute of oxygen, so y'all bear with me.
Okay. You were doing fine. Yeah.
Catch your breath.
Yeah. Is there more?
Yes. Well, y'all know the verses, but Romans 1:27 through 29. What we've got going on here, we're dealing with people that have been handed over to a depraved mind, a mind that can't think right. So that's why we can't make sense of what the other half or what the left half is trying to do or what they're thinking, is because they've been handed over to a depraved mind.
Well, I think the country, Bubba and I talked about this in the break. Thank you for the call, and I'm glad you're doing better. I'm sorry you've had such a tough time. But I guess the thing I would make, especially when people start pulling and it's right, and you did, talking about the spiritual aspect of all this, which we certainly believe in. So what exactly is it that our country is doing that God's response should be mercy?
To bless us, to
bless
give us good leaders,
Yeah,
to give us prosperity,
yeah.
to keep disease from ravaging our top. What are we doing to garner that?
We have the things that we continue to do as a country, and there's always a remnant. I know some people say, well, I don't feel that way, and that's fine. I'm talking about a country, a nation. What has this nation done that God should say, no plagues for you, no evil leadership, no violence, no pestilence, no destruction? You guys are just doing such a great job of not blaspheming me, being obedient to me, worshiping me. What happens is even people who may politically, if we're all honest, look into our own individual lives, and God looks into our individual life, does he see us living a life that his response would be, hey, well done? We worship everything but him. We live a life of deliberate sin. We're very, very casual, and I'm speaking all of us in general. Yeah. And then all of a sudden we get scared and we go running back to him going, hey, please don't give us a bad president. Please get rid of this plague. What in the world do we really do? And the things that we keep throwing up at him and throwing up at him and throwing up at him, what has this country done in recent history that if we said, God bless America, he goes, okay, I think I will.
If you put it on a spreadsheet, it doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't look good at all. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour from the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and Teleports. It's been a banner day here today. A banner day. Things that I didn't expect today. Wet Willie weekend. I didn't expect that.
WWE.
I didn't expect Bubba to come out and say that Trump didn't win the election.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, he's turning a little left.
A little to the left.
You know what I think of it?
I was so careful in the way I phrased
I warned
all that.
I warned you.
It's okay.
But it wasn't even
There's
a
been a
half
lot
a
of-
second in that email.
A lot of shocking things today.
It wasn't even half a second into your speech and the email was already here.
Had no idea that people will be camped out outside the studio today. Didn't know
about that?
dinosaurs would
There
come.
we go.
How
Hey,
about that?
we got
I
a
didn't
couple
know
of
that.
dinosaurs. I thought they were extinct.
Yeah,
Right.
we keep hoping, and one of the dinosaurs will eat just John.
But
But
it hasn't happened yet.
there
it goes.
He's going.
Hey, I captured something on.
There's some dancing dinosaurs I've noticed.
I captured something when y'all were doing a happy birthday shout out to Lisa. And y'all were playing music, and I put it on the Instagram, my Instagram story. I've got y'all, and then I just panned to the left, and the dinosaurs are out there dancing. It is hilarious.
I want to know what other show right now has dinosaurs and great people.
I'm going to ask friends of mine. So tell me how things went at work today. And let them go through the mundane stuff they're going to say.
Right.
And then I'm going to say, well, let me tell you how our work went today. It featured dinosaurs.
Yeah.
There
There it is right there, Adler. That's funny.
So, Bubba, I mean,
it's funny.
Bubba, what is it that's pushed you to the left a little bit?
Yeah.
What happened?
I know.
He's
I
getting
know.
older
I
and-
know. No, he gets down there in that pontoon boat.
We
drinking
got,
wine.
we got
Is it the
two
lake?
segments left.
Are there some
So
libs
why are
down
you
to the
doing
lake?
this?
Is there
That's
libs
what
at
it
the
is.
lake?
That's what it is.
Is that what it is?
That's what
I
it
don't know
is.
what y'all talking about.
Rick, the other
Trump
day he
won,
started.
the election was stolen.
He started a
Period.
sentence out. You know, Jimmy Carter had it right when he started that out.
You know that ain't right.
All right,
You know that ain't right.
so here's an email that we got. I got this email.
Like Jimmy Carter said.
Yeah, I got this email today, and it's called a wife's plea. She's pleading with us.
Okay.
Okay. She says, "Hey guys, she says, hey there, Rick and Bubba and crew. I need some help." She said, "I need a favor from you. Every day, my husband and I ride together to get our kids from school. It's kind of like a date. The only problem is you guys tag along.
No boy.
I can't tell you how many times we're driving along and he tells me Rick said this, Bubba says this, and I'm like, Rick who? Because we know several Ricks, and then the part I have to edit. This
Just awesome.
This fool makes it sound like he's in a back and forth conversation with someone in person or on the phone. So like a good wife, I ask Rick who? He says Rick Burgess from Rick and Bubba. Insert my eye roll here. Side note, he and my kids are currently chanting meat, meat, meat.
That's funny.
What a great family.
Anyway, apparently you guys are BFFs with my husband.
A lot of people didn't know.
Just thought you'd want to know if this is somehow actually makes it to you, or it says, and you can do me a favor or two. Since my husband is going to be listening, can you do this? Number one, please fix the boat trailer. So so you can take me fishing.
Okay.
Rick, I wish he would fix that boat trailer.
I do too. And give a shout out to Ryan and his our 3 little minions who do the entire Bubba intro every single morning. She's putting that in capitals.
All right.
At breakfast. That's Aiden 13, Cooper 11, and Milo 6. And how about this? If you're feeling froggy, tell him that I love him, even if he has imaginary friends.
That's awesome. That is
Look at
excellent.
that.
Hey, fix that boat.
What a
here.
great family.
Thanks a bunch from Megan.
Wish they could go fishing.
I like when she said they were all chanting meat, meat,
Meat, meat, meat, meat, meat.
She basically says her husband and her kids have got this alternate lifestyle. She goes, apparently y'all are great friends with them.
Travel with them.
Yeah,
Back and forth to school.
So, and speaking of that just reminds me, I mean, we're doing favors today. These tubers out here, and there's people that love the show, and then there's people that can maybe love the show to the point that sometimes you get a little concerned.
Yeah.
You're thinking devotion is beautiful,
right.
but they are. I mean, I'm gonna tell you right here, this woman right here, she is going to absolutely have a conniption if you don't do the tuber dance.
Well, I
want the dinosaurs dancing outside the glass.
First of all, I'm about to bring it, but second of all, I'm concerned about something because I'm sensing it amongst the staff.
Okay.
And I can't do this because I'll have secondhand on myself.
Right.
Are y'all done with the dance? Because if you're done with the dance and I'm doing the dance that I know the whole time I'm doing it, y'all don't want me to do it, and I have secondhand. I have secondhand on myself.
I love when you.
Let me tell you,
does that make sense?
I love the dance.
Let me tell you this.
I can't do it because I'm embarrassed for myself.
I think it requires. We don't do it all that much. We were overdoing it at one time.
The gentleman for Tesla loves it.
Yeah. The I don't. But the way I see it, the way I see it is this. I believe that any band has hits they're tired of playing.
Yeah.
But they know that's what people that come to see them expect to hear.
Yeah.
So like a pro, you play the hits.
Right.
Okay. I mean, you play the hits. And
are you? Do you still like? I mean, because it's better if I like do it up on somebody. You know what I mean? Like if I
once a week.
My point to you is
that's a little much.
Every other then.
My point is it's irrelevant whether I'm tired of it or not because it's a hit. I mean, you got to play the hits.
True.
Now I don't want it done a lot.
Okay,
but none of us really want anything done a lot.
London? No.
Well, I just need to know if I should enjoy the dance or if I should feel like the whole time I'm doing it.
So you're thinking
going,
you're a bip somebody while you're doing
it? To y'all?
No, it's nothing like that.
I know how we get done with things.
It's nothing like that.
You know, we'll get done with things.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But not this.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
We will get done.
It's 10 seconds of pure joy.
Yes, I agree.
Right. This is
if
fine.
I could bang up on Greg and hit his head into the
that
window or
hurts and
something,
stuff.
that'd be
my
great.
gosh.
No, I think you need to leave it pure.
You got to quit. You got to quit saying things.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? We're talking. Are we talking about tuba dance?
You'll throw phrases.
Well, you know
out
how I'll
there.
get up.
Listen, that's the thing. You don't need to. You need to keep it in the state that it's
a
in.
bunch of-
Because
bunch
it
of
stands,
guys.
it stands alone.
You want me to do
Keep
it to
pure.
them?
Yes, right
Yeah,
there.
against
I
the
want
window
you-
over there for
Look,
him.
and I want
Yeah.
the dinosaur on the other side, right, looking at you with you.
Look, if those were not Adler's drums, when it comes
That
to
lady there saying, "Bring it on, Speedy."
well, if it like on the Wheel of Meat, the audience.
She's saying, "Come do that there."
Yeah, the audience. I think this one's just getting worse. The audience likes Greg's playing the drums. I don't. If it was me,
And I backed off a little
and
because of
if these were just drums that nobody really had invested money in or used, I probably would destroy them. I probably would hide them.
I hadn't done this in a while.
But I
Except
know
Okay,
that the
go on.
audience likes Greg on the drums, so we play the hits, right? We play
And I
the
backed
hits.
them off a little.
Yeah, we play the hits.
If you go to hear Skinner, you're gonna hear Sweet Home
Amen.
Alabama.
Every time.
That's
And
right.
you know they.
Now you
they
may
are
catch a
sick
member
of
of the band looking off, not paying attention because they're so done with
they're-
it.
they
But I
gotta be
mean,
done with
yeah, sir.
Can you imagine?
You're right.
Rick, ask them if they want me to do this.
Do
If
y'all
you go
want-
see Wet Willie, you're gonna hear Weekend.
That's right.
better.
Do y'all want tuba dance right there? Do y'all want it?
This is for the tubers.
Hey,
This
that
is-
comes-
Here we go.
I always say we don't deserve the tubers.
No, we
That's
don't.
right.
The tubers
We
are the
don't
kind of
deserve
people that get us up when that alarm clock goes
That's
off.
it. That's it.
Are you
They,
ready?
they are
Yeah.
so devoted. P1 is not a good.
I
got
gotta
to
be able to hear
It's
it,
got to
though.
be higher than that.
And it does, and they are the kind of people that make me look over my shoulder if it's a dark alley.
Okay.
All right, so
I'd like to see Coop put his socks on the
you never
outside of
know.
his pants.
You never. Sometimes people love you to death. All right,
There
so
goes
all
the
right.
hoodie.
All right, here we go. You ready? All right, here we go. Here it comes. Rick. There he goes. Oh, he's giving it. Look, he's giving it all. He's giving it all. Watch out. He gave everything he had. He gave everything he had.
Give him some oxygen.
Hey, you didn't leave anything on the table, buddy.
I love it.
That's fantastic.
I threw something out there.
I can't get enough of it.
Be careful what you ask for. Yeah, I saw people physically back up, even though there was a glass there. Your phone calls and anything we missed,
Somebody's
wrap
gonna
up
have to
the
close my eyes.
Oh, yeah. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 11 minutes to the top of the hour. HelloFresh.com, a better way to do meal planning. How would you like to have meals sent to your house every week that you pick? And then every single meal comes in its own individual bag with all the ingredients you need inside the bag. And then also a recipe card that is really easy to follow. And you just simply prepare the meals. And they also provide snack ideas. It's like all of your meal planning is done. You're still preparing the meals, but you're not wasting ingredients. You're saving a lot of money. And how about this? You're enjoying some delicious meal from their shelf. So go to HelloFresh.com. That's HelloFresh.com. By the way, if you're trying to do a little better, could this be a better system for you? Because you say, here's the meals I need. I don't know how to prepare all these. I can't think of enough meals or get the calorie count right. They can do that for you. But it's not just for that. I mean, that's one way to use it. You could just say, I like to have great meals, and I'd like to have a little more organized way to go with my meal planning. HelloFresh.com. Get up to 14 free meals and free shipping if you put in the promo code Bubba at HelloFresh.com. Find the link at rickandbubba.com as well. We're on the sponsors.
And, Rick, if you're in Oregon, you're headed out for a big date this weekend. We got good news. The Oregon Health Authority,
this is unbelievable.
The OHA, said it has now revised its position on safe dating practices and now says it's okay to kiss your date and get close as long as you've both been vaccinated.
You're making this up.
So they had to make a ruling on that.
No, they have posters, Rick, too. They have posters that show you.
Who checks to see whether you do or not?
You're making this. Does Oregon now think they have the authority to tell you whether you can kiss somebody or not on a date?
Well, evidently they had banned it at one point.
Well, what are they going to do? How do they even know?
Who polices
Rick,
that?
how do you listen? When they first came out with the warnings, this was what they said. Get this. It says kissing can easily pass COVID-19.
Well, yeah, of course it can.
Listen,
Oh, my
avoid kissing anyone who is not part of your small circle or close contacts.
So you can't kiss.
They're
just
basically
a stranger.
saying
probably not a good
family.
idea to do
Well,
that.
Greg, there goes getting drunk and
Family,
kissing that Greg, there goes getting drunk and kissing that random girl in the Six Flags line.
Yeah, that ain't happening anymore till this pandemic gets out of here.
So
Bubba said you keep it in your family.
That's what they're saying. If you're going to this is back when they were shutting it down, warning everybody.
Right.
They said that avoid kissing anyone who is not part of your small circle of close contacts. Now, I would consider that your family.
That is correct,
right?
Yeah, it would.
And that leads to another different charge.
Wait, yes, it does. But do Oregon health officials really believe they can monitor and they decide who gets to kiss and who doesn't?
Yeah, well, taking time to release this statement. Do you really think people go, oh, good, well, now we can kiss?
If you want to go kiss some vaccinated people, you be vaccinated, they be vaccinated, and you go kiss them. Of course, you're leaving out the fact you can actually catch it while vaccinated, but still, this is. Oh my goodness! I see they do cover the other here, don't they?
Well, I was giving the PG part of that report.
Mm-hmm. But you're right. The small circle of close contacts, that's bizarre.
Yeah, that's a nice way to say family.
Yeah. Tell me that nobody really – do they really think that they're in charge of this? I mean, do they really – are they that delusional?
Rick, think about this too, because it made me think about it. When you're young and you start dating, you get to go on dates for the first time, you're driving cars and all that. You basically are saying, I want to get to know somebody who I don't already know. That's really what it is. I want to talk to a stranger and get to know them.
Yeah, and plus
that's the bottom line.
And plus, I've already ruled out my family as potential partner.
And Rick, in most
now, I know in
states.
some states that may not be true,
Right.
but I pretty much have always ruled that out.
Yeah.
It's a good place to
Now,
start.
adoption, you treat a whole different way. I'm
science, Rick. It's science.
That's biology. That's not. It might be creepy. It might be creepy.
It may make for awkward, family reunions.
But biologically, you're clear.
Yeah, if things go well, it can just lead to a lot of problems,
Right.
And embarrassment at
It
family
is.
get-togethers.
Yeah. Tell you what, though.
Uncle Daddy.
Hey, you really cut down how many people you got invited to the wedding, though.
That's a good point.
Or do you?
Well,
It'll be just like a Christmas get-together.
yeah, it really will. It'll be like the family reunion. So, and maybe you put something on the wedding gown on the back, I'm adopted. You know what I mean? Just kind of so nobody talks about it at the wedding.
Right. Just maybe on the invitation or the program.
When they ask you when you walk in, are you here for the bride or the groom? Both.
Yeah. Yeah, both. But still. Let's go to Donald in Tennessee. Donald, go ahead.
Hello, Rick and Bubba. This is your president, Donald Trump.
Hey.
Oh, wow. Good morning. I couldn't help but call and talk to Bubba just for a second. I saw Kamala Harris talking to him the other day, and she held a knife up to his neck and said, "If you want to live to see tomorrow, you better start swinging a lot more left than you've been swinging. I'm tired of seeing sloppy, slimy voting."
That was bad, but it was so bad it was kind of funny.
He put a Jessica White quote in as the president.
Is it tennis? What is it that's pulled you to the left a little bit?
Yeah,
Is it the tennis community?
Well, I
is
would
the
think
tennis community? Are they
I haven't
conservative?
played a tennis match in 3 years.
Yeah,
so
but you
no
keep
problem.
but you're around those. You watch a
No,
lot
I'm
of
not.
it.
I don't watch it. I don't talk to many.
I
of them.
blame the
don't-
Davis Cup.
You were very sympathetic about the tennis player that couldn't cope.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Is the water making you that way since you're on the water so much?
No, not that water. Now he's not. It's not like it's Smith Lake though.
Rick, I heard he was pulling for the same-sex couple on Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah.
I think they got it in the bag.
Or in this case, not.
Or not. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Play that country too.
I heard him in the kitchen earlier today. He goes, I don't see what's wrong with the border.
Yeah, border. Hey, I think it looks good. I heard him say hell of a job at Afghanistan.
Sarah in Pell City, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
I am a retired school teacher of 40 years. I was listening to you guys about the song "The Wheels on the Bus."
Mm-hmm.
The verse before the mamas, it says the babies on the bus go wham, wham, wham.
I remember that.
The mamas on the bus go shh, shh, shh.
Oh, they're
And
quiet
they
and
put
they
their
cry.
finger over their lips. And then the daddies on the bus, they read their paper.
They read their paper.
Really, they've changed it. I think. Have they? Yeah, that's funny.
Oh, well, there's a million different verses, but those are the ones I used to teach.
I never got past wheels on the bus go round and round, and I guess that was just for Jerome Bettis.
Oh, that's funny.
All right.
All right,
Well,
let's
it's true.
let's
That's
go.
what they used to sing for him.
Heather in Wetumpka. Heather, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Morning, Heather.
Hello.
I heard y'all talking about and wondering if COVID had ever been treated with
Tamiflu.
the flu treatment.
Yes.
And our son was sick 2 Decembers ago, so that was before they were ever testing for COVID.
Mm-hmm.
We are 99% that sure what he had once the symptoms started coming out, and he was treated with Theraflu, and his
Tamiflu.
symptoms Tamiflu, that's right. I'm sorry. He was sick for about a week. He was really sick, super high fever, all of the normal symptoms of COVID once those came out. But he was never tested for COVID. The doctor just looked at him and said, yes, this is classic flu. This is how we're going to treat it. And so that's how he was treated.
So it seemed to help, but maybe it was
seemed
just
to
flu.
help.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
maybe,
you really don't know.
yeah. Let's go to Barack Obama. Oh, Bubba.
Wow.
Oh,
Big really?
Day probably inviting you to the birthday party. President Obama.
Hello, Rick and Bubba. I listened to your show, for the last 5 minutes.
Okay.
I just want to say hello to my friend Donald. I heard him a few minutes ago. I wanted to let you know that you are invited to my birthday party next year.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good. Stan in Montgomery. Stan, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, all right, guys. I'm angry. I miss Gorosky, and there's 3 things that have got to get fixed.
Okay.
The first one is somebody's got to learn to make trash bags that you can actually open up. And the second thing is somebody needs to actually man the counter at the fast food restaurants as opposed to just the drive-through. And the third thing is weed eater string.
Okay.
It can be frustrating.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, now the things that eat Scott Gorosky, I don't know. Those right there are a little bit more in the pet peeve world.
Yeah.
Gorosky sees landscapes in society he wants to fix.
Yeah, he's and it's usually not the same ones everybody else sees.
Right. Yeah. So he's got another list ready to come back at some point. So we'll be bringing him back.
Well, get him back.
Russ in Gadsden. Russ, go ahead.
Hey, I was listening to you talk about who you can kiss and who you can't in Oregon. What about if you just have sex and you don't kiss?
I didn't even know. I didn't
Well,
know
I don't. I think that's just
depends on if you got a mask on or not.
Was that a tipping question?
All right. Well,
Got a question.
I think Greg, you make a good point. I mean, still though, that's a very intimate.
I think you'll be invading that 6-foot buffer zone.
Yeah, you will.
Well-
See, I think you'd have to treat it like that.
Right.
Greg, all right.
Hey,
that's it.
Hey, we
Potting
couldn't-
Mike down.
we can't get to
Potting
break quick
Mike
enough.
down.
Well, what a way to finish.
Not alive.
Thank you, Tubers. Good to see y'all today. Have a good weekend.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without 'em, brother. Ooh, there is no other waking on their blubber.